Chapter 140. There is a way. Chu Tian said a few words to Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao was a little hesitant after hearing this. Will this work? It's fine if you don't believe me. Yun Xiao threw caution to the wind and pretended to be calm. He cupped his hands and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, although I have never seen you before, I have heard of your righteousness. Yun Xiao greatly admires you, and being able to exchange blows with you today is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. I will send out 3 slashes, and if I am still not a match after 3 slashes, I am willing to join elder sister's charge. I will be willing to die 10,000 times for elder sister. Everyone's eyes fell to the ground. This Yun Xiao was just too exaggerated. If he couldn't win, wouldn't he be selling himself to Nangongyun? Nangongyun looked at Chu Tian and the latter nodded. Nangongyun knew that this was arranged by Chu Tian and crossed her arms. 3 slashes? Humph. Even if it's 13 slashes or 30 slashes, what can you do to me? I won't fight back. You can attack however you want. If you can even harm a single hair of mine, then I'll consider it my loss. Everyone was shocked once again. Nangongyun was being too arrogant. Yun Xiao's slash was like a thunderbolt. Normal people could not block it at all. Not to mention standing still and letting him cut them. All right. Yun Xiao did not waste any time. A bolt of lightning appeared in his ears and the long saber turned into a rainbow. Yun Xiao threw away the saber and held it with both hands. His body was covered in lightning and it was like a heavenly thunder as he fiercely slashed at Nangongyun. Nangongyun closed her eyes. Countless streaks of starlight surrounded her body. From sparse to dense, from scattered to condensed, it was just like a layer of gauze covering her body. Nangongyun released the starlight immortal body, but it was clear that she did not use her full strength. Against trash like Yun Xiao, she did not need to condense her full strength to block. Dang! Yun Xiao was sent flying several meters. He felt his blood churn and he almost suffered an internal injury from the backlash. This thin veil of energy actually had this kind of strong defense. Second slash. This slash was even stronger than the previous one and its might had increased by a large amount. Nangongyun was still meditating with her eyes closed, as if all of this had nothing to do with her. When the tyrannical blade light slashed on the starlight barrier, the veil-like layer of starlight was split apart a little, but with the power of this strike, it was still unable to break through the defense. Yun Xiao was sent flying again. His white face turned completely red. What was going on? After Yun Xiao mastered the 3 lightning blades, it could be said that he was successful in every endeavor, making him feel invincible. However, this woman had dealt a heavy blow to his confidence. How could such a powerful saber technique not be able to break through his defense? I don't believe it. Yun Xiao concentrated all of his strength on the blade. Countless lightning bolts twined around the long and narrow blade. The beautiful blade light soared into the sky and was 4 to 5 feet long. It was like the blade of judgment of a god as it slashed down towards Nangongyun. Break! Yun Xiao roared. In an instant, all the blood in his body was boiling, as if flames were pouring into his body, making him feel hot all over. At this moment, some kind of potential was awakened. Yun Xiao had received countless elixirs from his family over the years. It was all because he did not work hard that he could not break through. After going through Chu Tian's 3 days of devil training, the spiritual energy that had been stored in Yun Xiao's body had gradually awakened. Now that he was facing Nangongyun's strong pressure, Yun Xiao finally released his strength. When he slashed out for the 3rd time, he had broken through. He had gone from the peak first awakened soul layer to the second awakened soul layer. His spirit energy had increased by several times and his saber energy had also increased by several times. This shocked the onlookers once again. Even Yun Xiao himself did not expect this. Nangongyun finally opened her eyes. Facing the lightning that covered the sky, her ruby-like eyes flashed a few times and her lips curled into a faint smile. Finally, a decent attack. The gauze-like starlight around Nangongyun's body suddenly shrank and condensed, instantly turning into a set of translucent armor that was as dazzling as glass. Starlight glass body. The moment the thunder blade slashed down on the glass body, under the fierce impact, it created several small cracks. However, it could not break through this terrifying defense. Still not strong enough. Nangong Yun gave a loud roar and released a dazzling starlight. The long saber shattered in an instant, and the rebound force sent him flying more than 10 meters away. He fell heavily on the ground and suffered serious internal injuries on the spot. Actually, Nangong Yun had already shown mercy because of Chu Tian's face. Otherwise Yun Xiao would not have just suffered a simple internal injury. But it had to be said that this saber art was not bad. It could actually break through the starlight glass body. The starlight glass body's defensive strength was hard to break with someone of the same level, and it could even block a higher level attack. Yun Xiao had just broken through to the second awakened soul layer, and Nangong Yun was already at the peak second awakened soul layer. Yun Xiao could use his weaker cultivation to break through Nangong Yun's starlight immortal body. Just based on the might of this saber, it would be hard for Yun Xiao to find an opponent in the second awakened soul layer. He never thought that he would break through. Yun Xiao was so excited that he forgot about his pain. He jumped up like a carp and took 3 steps forward. He knelt down on one knee, tilted his head, and cupped his fists. Elder sister's strength is unrivaled. Yun Xiao is convinced of his loss. Please accept this little brother's bow. Nangong Yun placed her hands behind her back and gave off the aura of an elder sister. Yuan, you're not bad. Since you've come to me, I'll accept you. Yun Xiao quickly bowed. Thank you, elder sister. The onlookers were all stunned. Yun Xiao had really been subdued by Nangong Yun. Yun Xiao's performance today had already made the Central State Academy's people look at him in a new light. He was also the Yun family's eldest grandson. This kind of person with limitless potential was actually willing to become Nangong Yun's little brother. Only he, Yun Xiao, would do this kind of thing. But then again, how strong was this Nangong Yun? Although Nangong Yun had not made a move and no one knew how strong she was, her defensive abilities were strong enough to make people sigh in admiration. Nangong Yun had a fire-attributed god-level source spirit. It was reasonable to say that people who practiced fire-attributed cultivation techniques would have a strong destructive power. A god-level source spirit's effect on a cultivation technique was hard to imagine. When everyone thought of this, they couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Although Nangong Yun's cultivation base was weaker than the other 3 courtyard first-rankers. But Nangong Yun's strength was not weaker than the others. Nangong Yun's strength and Yun Xiao's talent, this was truly a strong combination. The weakest vermilion bird courtyard was about to rise. Yun Xiao stood up. Chu Tian gave him a look. Yun Xiao understood and turned to everyone to say, "Many thanks for everyone's support today. Do you want to know why I was reborn? Do you want to know more cultivation techniques and martial arts? I ask everyone to continue paying attention to me. I, Yun Xiao, will not disappoint you." With these words, everyone's nerves tensed up. Could it be that Yun Xiao's sudden increase in strength had a reason? After Yun Xiao said this, he held his waist. It hurt, it hurt, it hurt. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to pretend anymore. You guys come with me. There were many people here, so it was not convenient to talk. Nangong Yun waved her hand and quickly left. She brought them to a dojo. The dojo was quite big, but it was empty. There wasn't a single person to be seen. This is the territory you bought. When Chu Tian entered the dojo, it was like he had changed into a different person. He took the initiative to walk to the front. What made Yun Xiao feel strange was that Nangong Yun did not have any objections and obediently followed by his side. Nangong Yun wanted to say something, but she stopped herself and looked at Yun Xiao. Chu Tian smiled. There are no outsiders, so there's no need to worry. Nangong Yun's stomach was filled with questions and she couldn't hold it in anymore. She shouted out in an exaggerated manner, "Leader, what are you doing? I wasn't prepared at all. This brat was taught by you, right? Why didn't you tell me? It was very dangerous, don't you know? I almost killed him with a single punch." Yun Xiao trembled in fear. This woman really was a violent maniac. Strange, strange. The two of them actually knew each other. Moreover, this terrifying woman actually called him leader. This young man could even subdue this kind of woman, so what else couldn't he do? No wonder he wanted me to take this witch as my leader. This witch was his little brother, so after I took this witch as my leader, Wouldn't he be my leader's leader? His seniority would be even higher than before. I didn't contact you because I was afraid of exposing my identity. Chu Tian looked around the dojo. There were only a few bronze training men and the large hall with the words Qilin Hall. What is going on here? Nangong Yun had a depressed and guilty expression as she said, "Don't mention it, I've been unlucky since I arrived in Central State City. I originally wanted to buy a few factories, but the day before it was fine, the day after, it mysteriously fell through." This was for sure. The large families all knew that Nangong Yun was a member of Miracle Commerce. Since it was like this, how could they not know why Nangong Yun wanted to buy the factories? With several giants obstructing them, how could a normal small to medium-sized company dare to do business with Nangong Yun? With no other choice, I bought this dojo and named it the Qilin Dojo. Moreover, I created a Qilin club in the academy, preparing to store high-quality talents for Miracle Commerce. The club's development was not bad at first, taking in over 40 people in less than 5 days, but the good times did not last long. In the past week, anyone who joined the Qilin club has been beaten up or threatened, so the growth has slowed down. Moreover, more and more people have left the club and there has even been negative growth. Nangong Yun's face was filled with worry. She was not stupid. Of course she knew who was playing tricks, but what use was there in knowing? If Nangong Yun was alone, how could she fight against these fellows? Chu Tian already understood the general situation. After Nangong Yun came to Central State, everything she did was correct. She tried to buy a factory to pave the way for Miracle Commerce. Miracle Commerce's production was still very weak and recruiting talents was a strategic reserve. What did Miracle Commerce lack the most? Wasn't it just talents? Whether it was research, production, after-sales, or other services, they all needed large amounts of talents. If Miracle Commerce wanted to grow, it first had to cultivate its own technical team. Chu Tian looked around and thought about something. What kind of existence is this Qilin Club? Central State Academy allows for the existence of various clubs. Normal clubs are created by students with a bit of prestige, forming an organization within the academy. Some are academic and some are commercial. Nangong Yun pointed at the large signboard in the center of the dojo. I created the Qilin Club and the requirements are very high. You need to be at least in the 9th body refinement layer and you need to be proficient in refining weapons, talismans, or alchemy. There is no membership fee, you can receive free guidance, and you can even receive large amounts of benefits. It is because of this that many people are attracted. This was a club. Chu Tian had a general understanding. Central State Academy had several tens of thousands of students, so they could not directly join the various companies or participate in mercenary activities. Clubs could make up for these gaps. It allowed the students to receive various research projects or receive mercenary missions to earn money. The club itself was a small group for students to exchange pointers with each other. The benefits that Nangong Yun provided were very high. She did not need to pay anything and as long as she joined, she could receive all kinds of benefits. Moreover, she did not have any restrictions, which was very rare. Even with this, it could be seen how much resistance Nangong Yun faced in Central State Academy. Chu Tian nodded, "You don't need to be discouraged, you've already done what you needed to do." "But I haven't done anything. Isn't this Qilin Club the result of your efforts?" Chu Tian patted Nangong Yun's shoulder, "You've built a good platform for me, leave the rest to me." Nangong Yun did not dare believe it. "You can bring the Qilin Dojo back to life? That's impossible. This place is already on the verge of collapse. Even if you give them money, no one will come." In Central State Academy, 80% of the aristocratic families were here. Nangong Yun only had 1,000,000 gold coins. Even if she gave out free money, how much would she receive? The children of the aristocratic families did not lack this bit of money, so they did not need to take the risk of being beaten. There was no need to mention the children of poor families. To enter Central State Academy from poor families, they had to pay a large price and put in a lot of effort. They cherished this opportunity more than the nobles. Because of this, they were timid and cautious, so they would not put themselves in danger. If their legs were broken or their hands were broken, who would support them? Even if they were killed by the nobles, where would they go to seek justice? In a dangerous place like the Qilin dojo, they could not wait to avoid it. Money is too vulgar. You should think about what the students of Central State Academy really need. Chu Tian confidently said to Nangongyun, if you can take out something that a person truly desires as a lure, not to mention joining the Qilin society, even if there was a fire pit in front of them, there would still be a large number of people that would jump in. Nangongyun was stunned. Then what do you mean? Chu Tian turned around and looked at the giant signboard. From today onwards, the Qilin dojo will be changed to the Qilin dojo. The dojo and the dojo were two completely different concepts. The dojo was for practicing martial arts. The dojo was for teaching and learning. You're right. Not practicing martial arts and only teaching. Of course there will be a fee. I plan on making the Qilin dojo the largest training ground in Central State. Chu Tian turned around to look at the two of them. The students of Central State Academy do not need money, but rather knowledge. If we use this as a lure, will there still be people who will come? Simply put, Chu Tian wanted to make a training class that would cost money. Central State was a place with a rich cultivation atmosphere and there were many private dojos and dojos on the streets. This meant that there was a market for training classes. Chu Tian wanted to teach Yun Xiao, didn't he want him to advertise? This was a suitable place, so he could use it. Nangongyun revealed a surprised expression. You wouldn't be personally teaching, right? This is not safe. No, I have a better method. Chu Tian revealed a mysterious smile. How many people are there in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard? 41. Nangongyun added after saying this, although there aren't many people, they are all good seedlings. They can refine pills, forge weapons, and make talismans. Their backgrounds are clean and their backgrounds are clean. Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction. Gather everyone here tonight. When Nangongyun understood Chu Tian's detailed plan, she revealed a look of surprise. This kind of teaching method Chu Tian could think of. This fellow really was a genius. This was going to be fun. Chapter 141. That night, around 40 people came to the dojo. There were both men and women, all of them quite young. Most of them were injured and some of them had been beaten black and blue. They all had dejected looks on their faces, looking very listless. When Nangongyun saw this, she immediately frowned and said, "What is going on?" "Elder sister, I'm sorry. I can't take it anymore, I want to leave." A strong young man had a face filled with regret, but when he looked at Nangongyun, he revealed a look of admiration. He really admired this elder sister. Every time someone bullied him, she would always help him. Only, he had no other choice. Following Nangongyun would not allow him to have a peaceful day. If he wasn't being challenged, he would be plotted against, and he would even be beaten up by a group. His life was filled with endless troubles. Elder sister had treated him well, but he had no choice but to leave. Nangongyun had an expressionless face. This was someone ranked in the top 10 of the Vermilion Bird rankings and was one of the most important people in the Qilin Hall. If he wanted to leave, how could Nangongyun be happy? This person gave a sigh. "I will return everything the dojo gave me and I am even willing to privately sponsor the dojo, but I really can't stay here anymore. I hope elder sister can understand me. I don't blame you and you don't need to compensate me." Nangongyun waved her hand. "You can leave." "Thank you, elder sister." He was relieved, he was finally free. He quickly left the dojo. Nangongyun saw that everyone's eyes were avoiding her and their morale was very low, so she loudly asked, "Who else wants to leave, stand out?" A small group of people stood out. There was no lack of people ranked in the 4 great campuses. Nangongyun did not stop them. "I've already said that the Qilin Hall does not restrict people's freedom. If you can't stay here and want to leave, you can walk out the door at any time." Everyone revealed a look of admiration. But another quarter of them left. There were only around 30 people left in the hall. They all had bruises on their faces and were filled with depression. Their morale was very low and they did not know how many more days they could last. Not bad. There were more people left than they had imagined. Most of this was because Yun Xiao had joined, so it raised their morale. Otherwise, at least half of them would have left. "Everyone sit." Nangongyun sat cross-legged on the praying mat while Chu Tian and Yun Xiao stood on both sides. These 30 people all sat down. Although there were only 30 people left, each one of them was not simple. The weakest was at the peak 9th body refinement layer, and there was no lack of people at the first or second awakened soul layer. Not only was Nangong Yun beautiful, but she was also powerful and generous. She was also a genius of the Nangong family, so she had her own charisma. Her development was very fast in the early stages, and at one point, she had nearly 90 members. Do you regret following me? No regrets. Nangong Yun smiled with satisfaction. Everyone has been wronged, but I am very happy to see so many people persevere. You are all very good, very good. You have passed the test. From now on, you are all officially members of Qilin Hall. Everyone had question marks on their heads. When did the Qilin Dojo become a training hall? Could it be that after so many days, no one had ever joined? Nangong Yun continued, perhaps you don't realize that from this moment on, your fate has already undergone an earth-shattering chain. Speaking of this, she rose again. There is an important matter to announce today. Nangong Yun was wearing a red training suit. Her back was straight, her breasts were as firm as bamboo shoots, her buttocks were as round as honey peaches, and her thighs were slender and straight. Her perfect figure, coupled with her straightforward and fiery aura, her eyes were bright and full of expression, and she was full of ambition and passion. She was sexy and wild, and she had the aura of a big sister. I'll ask you first, do you want to become stronger? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Yes. Of course we do. Nangong Yun angrily roared, louder. This old lady can't hear you. The elder sister's fierce aura made everyone tremble. They quickly shouted out, yes. Do you want to earn large amounts of gold coins? Yes. Do you want to have a high status and be respected by tens of thousands of people? Yes. Do you want to learn the strongest cultivation technique and bring honor to your ancestors and family? Yes. I'll use my actions to tell you that as long as you follow me, anything is possible. Under Nangong Yun's lead, the originally low morale became excited once again. At this time, Yun Xiao and Chu Tian took out a black machine and placed it on the ground. This was a rough-looking steel thing. It was made of two parts. The lower part was a rectangular iron box and the upper part was connected to a trumpet-shaped thing. It was made very roughly and did not look beautiful at all. However, the structure was very compact. It was probably made by a factory using machinery and then manually assembled by hand. From the outside, one could not see anything unusual about it at all. What kind of strange thing was this? Nangong Yun walked to Yun Xiao's side and slapped him heavily. Does everyone know this person? Ouch! Pain! Pain! Yun Xiao felt as if his shoulder was about to shatter. Winning against dozens of people and shocking the world with a single brilliant feat, however, a few days ago, he was just a trash who only knew how to eat, drink, and gamble. How did he suddenly change in such a short period of time? Yun Xiao had an awkward expression. This person's words were too impolite. What did he mean by only knowing how to eat, drink, and gamble? I am still a playboy who is known as the Casanova, alright? Although I agreed to be the boss spokesperson, a spokesperson still has dignity, alright? Yun Xiao's stomach was filled with resentment, but he did not dare vent it out. This female devil beside him was not easy to talk to. The people present had all fought with Yun Xiao before. Not only did Yun Xiao change his body, he had also given them pointers, allowing them to benefit greatly. Could it be that Yun Xiao had become stronger because of a special reason? Nangong Yun saw through everyone's thoughts. Do you want to progress as quickly as him? Do you want to be the center of attention like him? Now is your chance. Everyone became excited in an instant. Was there really a mysterious secret? Nangong Yun pointed at the rough black machine. This thing is your future. Next, I'll ask Lu Ren to introduce it to everyone. Under the eager gazes of the 30 young men and women, a young man walked out. He was wearing a blue robe and had a long sword on his back. If Nangong Yun had not asked him to come out, he would not have had any sense of existence. Chu Tian deliberately kept everyone in suspense. I want to ask everyone, how many of you have heard of Chu Tian before? How many of you have heard of Miracle Commerce? Chu Tian. Miracle Commerce? I know him, he is a legendary young man. The group of young men and women all revealed excited expressions. How could they not have heard of him? The electric lamps that were smuggled from South Sky City were sold for 4-5 times the price. The chi refining pills that were sent from South Sky City were sold for tens of thousands of gold coins. This was the masterpiece of miracle commerce. As for Chu Tian, he was even more amazing. He had beaten up Prince Tianlang and made Wolf King Yi Wudao suffer. He was simply an omnipotent, legendary young man. Although he was not a person from Central State City, he had become the idol of countless Central State City youths. There were even people who compared him to the 4 young masters. Chu Tian revealed a faint smile. Since everyone has heard of him, then it's easy to explain. However, you only know that Chu Tian is the chairman of Miracle Commerce, but you don't know that elder sister Nangong Yun is actually a high-level member of Miracle Commerce. Everyone was stunned. This could explain why so many people were against her. Chu Tian returned to the main topic. Every person has unlimited potential. As long as they receive the right guidance, it is not a problem for them to advance 1,000 miles in a single day. It is a pity that geniuses are common, but good teachers are rare. Fate is not fair. Every person is divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Some people are born with a golden spoon in their mouths and some people have nothing. There are countless people with great potential, but because they did not receive the best guidance, they ended up becoming mediocre. That's right. That's right. There were over 100 million people in Central State. Was there really no one that could compare to the 4 young masters? But so what if they had a talent that could compare to the 4 young masters? If they were born low, they might not even have the qualifications to practice a good cultivation technique. Not to mention the large amount of resources and the guidance of the best teachers. Miracle Commerce is best at subverting everything. Chu Tian interrupted everyone's thoughts. This time, Yun Xiao is the first person to benefit from this. There will be a second, a third. Countless others. Everyone felt their blood boiling. Could Yun Xiao's counterattack really be replicated? Chu Tian pointed at the strange machine and said, "This thing is Miracle Commerce's newest masterpiece. It is a large gift that elder sister Nangong Yun has brought to Central State. This is a mysterious phonograph. What kind of strange thing was this? Why had they never heard of it before?" This phonograph was something that Chu Tian had drawn based on the pictures in the ancient books. He had Tong Xiaoyu design it and then he had informed Jing Hao that night. He had Jing Hao use his family's factory to manufacture the parts and assemble a few for use. Because it was done in a hurry, it looked very rough, but it did not affect its functionality. Saying more is useless. Everyone, come and experience it. Chu Tian took out a disc like magic. This disc was made of magnetic sound stone and was around 20 centimeters in diameter. There were runes engraved all over it. Chu Tian showed the magnetic sound stone disc to everyone and then walked over to the phonograph. He carefully placed the disc into the phonograph, perfectly embedding it into a groove. The round groove was also covered in runes. When the runes in the groove and the disc matched, the source energy array on the magnetic soundstone began to glow. Finally, under the effect of spirit energy, it began to slowly spin. Z, Z. From the trumpet-shaped thing, there was a burst of noise. From the trumpet, a low and hoarse voice rang out, "Hello everyone." Everyone at the scene was startled. Damn. This machine can talk. Is it a spirit? No, there must be someone hiding inside. I've heard that there are some small races on the continent that can fit into this box. Everyone began to discuss. To them, this scene was simply too unbelievable. Who would have thought that when the magnetic soundstone continued to be installed, the low and deep voice from the phonograph would continue to sound out? Today's class topic is source energy refining skills. The phonograph slowly began to spin. That voice filled the entire hall. There was not a single sound. Everyone's eyes were wide open and their mouths were wide enough to fit an apple. It can't be. It could even teach. Chu Tian used a gear-like device on the side to turn the volume of the simple radio to the max, allowing everyone to hear it clearly. Source energy is the root of a cultivator's strength. There are some cultivators that only know how to increase the amount of spirit energy, but they do not know how to increase the quality of their spirit energy. Quantity is not weight, so in the long run, their spirit energy will become mottled and impurities will accumulate in their meridians, causing damage to their body and causing hidden illnesses. Source energy refining? Was there such a thing? Everyone was attracted by this. Everyone only knew how to wildly increase their spirit energy and make their spirit energy stronger. They had never heard that spirit energy could be refined and that it could bring unexpected benefits. Everyone stopped discussing and held their breaths as they listened. In less than 2 minutes, everyone was deeply immersed in it. This was because this person's lecture was too good. There were countless profound spirit energy and skills that were explained in a simple manner, allowing people to easily understand it. Not to mention the people here. Even Nangong Yun and Yun Xiao were stunned. It was good, it was too good. The Central State Academy's teachers were not even qualified to carry its shoes. This was a true master-level lecturer. The entire class lasted for 45 minutes. The voice in the box spoke in a steady manner, explaining the profound principles in a simple manner. From beginning to end, there was not a single unnecessary word and each word was just right. Each word hit the nail on the head and every needle hit the nail on the head. Spirit energy refining does not only increase one's cultivation base, it also increases one's battle strength. It allows one's spirit energy to be more flexible and allows one's cultivation technique to be faster. I hope that everyone will pay attention to the refining of spirit energy and not blindly chase after increasing one's cultivation base. You have to know, haste makes waste. That's all for this class. When the voice disappeared, everyone was still in shock and did not react. Pa. It was unknown who was clapping. Everyone seemed to wake up from a dream and quickly began to clap. The applause became louder and louder, becoming more and more intense. It was as if the person in the box could hear it. Excitement. The depression from this period of time had been swept away and was replaced with a pleasant surprise. This was a great invention, an epoch-making invention. Chapter 142. Everyone's hearts could not calm down for a long time. Why was the box able to speak? But this was no longer important. This box's lecture was just too good. Even the best teacher in Central State Academy could not compare to even 1/100th of it. That outstanding and advanced gaze, that wise and sharp point of view. Perfect, it was too perfect. It would be great if they could hear it again. Everyone began to discuss with each other. Each person had a look of pleasant surprise and excitement on their faces. Because they saw an opportunity. This was a chance to change their destiny. Everyone quiet down. I know the doubts in your hearts, so I'll explain it to you right now. Chu Tian took out the disc and raised it up high, letting everyone see it clearly. This small disc has the ability to store sound. As for this device, it can read the stored sound and play it back. Therefore it is named phonograph. Good name. After Chu Tian said this, he gently snapped his fingers. Yun Xiao quickly came out with a large plate. There were over 20 magnetic sound discs neatly stacked on top of it. Each disc was personally recorded by Chu Tian. It includes cultivation technique analysis, martial arts guidance, alchemy, talisman, arrays, and other field. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Do you want to listen to Chu Tian's lecture? Do you want to share Chu Tian's wisdom? Do you want to learn Chu Tian's knowledge? An opportunity bestowed by the heavens is right in front of you. I believe that as long as you study in Qilin Hall for a week, everyone will be reborn and everyone will experience an unprecedented transformation. There is no doubt that this is a place that can change your destiny. Teaching is the main business of Qilin Hall right now. Our business is not limited to this. In the future, as the training hall continues to develop, we will introduce even more special services. We will create cultivation plans and special training for everyone, increasing their strength and cultivation bases. We want to create the strongest training organization in history. Yun Xiao can be reborn. You can do it too. Pa. Everyone's eyes turned red and they all stood up to wildly applaud. How could they not be crazy? Yun Xiao had been reborn in just a few days. He had gone from a useless playboy to a genius. He could do it. Why can't we? Nangong Yun also admired Chu Tian from the bottom of her heart. Although he didn't personally appear to teach everyone, he came up with the idea of creating this phonograph and indirectly teaching by recording the lessons in sound. Not only could it attract talents for miracle commerce, it could also greatly increase its influence, and it could even earn a large sum of money. There were too many benefits, and it was more than just killing 3 birds with 1 stone. I really don't know how he came up with that. As long as Chu Tian recorded 1 copy, he could make thousands of copies. The value that could be created from this could not be measured with money. This temptation was something that all the students could not resist. What's the big deal about giving money? Chilean Hall could give people a brand new future. This would become the most amazing training class in Central State City's history. Nangong Yun looked at the people who were filled with excitement and joy. It was like she could already see the explosive future of Chilean Hall. Perhaps when these people looked back in the future, they would know just how lucky they were to join Chilean Hall. Chu Tian's tone changed. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. All of Chilean Hall's services require a fee. As soon as he said that, everyone calmed down. That's right, Miracle Commerce did not have the obligation to train them for free, and Chilean Hall did not have the obligation to give them benefits for free. Chilean Hall will open many classes in the future and they will all be charged. Currently, each class will be priced from 1 to 500,000 gold coins. What? 1 to 500,000 gold coins? It was just a single class. Even if Yun Tianhe personally taught a class, it would not be this expensive. Chu Tian continued to say, everyone, don't think it's too expensive. The class that you just listened to for free was only the lowest class, worth 10,000 gold coins. The higher the fee, the more valuable the content. Sometimes it will even talk about new technology that has not appeared on the continent yet. If you can benefit from it, the value will be 10 times or even 100 times greater. The class that they just listened to was only the lowest class that cost 10,000 gold coins. This was 10 times or 100 times better than any teacher in Central State City. Then how much value would the most expensive class have? This phonograph was something that had never been heard of in Central State City before, so it was already a priceless treasure. This kind of fee was completely reasonable. Of course, you are all senior members of Chilean Hall, so you should receive special treatment. If you want to join Chilean Hall now, you will need to pay 100,000 gold coins. Not only will you be exempted from the 100,000 gold coins membership fee, you will also become an official member of Chilean Hall. You will also enjoy other special benefits. 100,000 gold coins membership fee? Could it be that the people that wanted to join Chilean Hall would have to pay at least 100,000 gold coins? None of the organizations in Central State Academy dared to charge this much. This was just too crazy. Only Chilean Hall members have the qualifications to listen to the middle and high-level classes. Because the training hall has just begun to develop, it urgently needs to expand. Right now, we are opening up a recommendation reward event. For every low-level class, as long as you bring an outsider that has never attended before, you will receive half of the fee. For every person that you recommend to join the training hall, you will receive 50,000 gold coins worth of tuition subsidies. You will also receive a 5% discount on all purchases made in the training hall. If you can recommend 50 people to join the training hall, not only will you receive a large amount of tuition subsidies and an 8% discount, you will also be promoted to a high-level training hall member. All low-level classes will be at half price, and you will also receive the qualifications to buy low-level class discs. If you can recommend 100 people to join the association, not only will you enjoy the privileges mentioned above, you will also receive a 10% cash rebate, a limited edition phonograph, and 5 sets of low-level course discs for free every month. Furthermore, you will also receive the right to open a branch library. This series of benefits caused everyone's eyes to be dazzled. Whether it is inside or outside of Central State Academy, Chilean Hall will treat everyone equally. Everyone can bring their friends, family, and brothers to join. As long as they are not from the Chu, Luo, or Yi families, Chilean Hall will accept them. Chu Tian continued to announce. Do you want to obtain more knowledge? Do you want to earn a large sum of money? Then go and do it. Next, I will announce the class schedule for tomorrow. Yun Xiao came out with a red notice that was as tall as a person and placed it in front of everyone. On the board, there were large golden words that stated the names of the classes. 36 Beginner Alchemy Skills 1, 20,000 yuan. 36 Beginner Symbol Crafting Skills 1, 20,000 yuan. 36 Beginner Combat Martial Skills 1, 20,000 yuan. 81 Beginner Array Skills 1, 30,000 yuan. 30 Beginner Cultivation Techniques 1, 80,000 yuan. The cheapest class here cost 20,000 yuan and the most expensive class cost 80,000 yuan. Everyone noticed that the classes had serial numbers, which meant that it was a complete set of classes. Did they have to listen to several dozen classes for a single class? With such a high price for each class, how much money would it cost to listen to a single class? Everyone did a simple calculation and broke out in a cold sweat. However, they were not afraid, rather they were filled with excitement. Opportunity. This was a giant opportunity. The more classes there were, the more knowledge there would be. If they listened to the entire class, how big of a transformation would they receive? The more money they spent, the more opportunities they would have. As senior members of Qilin Hall, if they recommended people to join, they would be able to enjoy a high discount. If they recommended a rich person, they would be able to learn the entire class. Just the money they would receive would be enough for them to study and cultivate. Those who paid attention would find that these were all beginner basic classes. Then would there be intermediate basic classes, advanced basic classes, and above the beginner basic classes? How many advanced classes were there? Knowledge. It was all knowledge. This was simply a sea of knowledge. Only each type of knowledge required money to buy. Chu Tian's speech ended here. Nangong Yun suppressed the excitement in her heart and her face turned red. She stood up and loudly shouted, "Did you all hear me clearly? Don't say that elder sister doesn't share good things with you. Quickly go. I've already given you the opportunity. Go develop the market, go advertise, and go bring new people to the training hall. Whether you can earn money or not, whether you can make a comeback will all depend on your own skills." Yes. Everyone began to leave. They were like a pack of hungry wolves that couldn't wait to hunt. Nangong Yun pulled Chu Tian to the side. "Boss, aren't you a bit too ruthless? A single class costs several tens of thousands. Will there really be people coming? You have to know that 10,000 gold coins to a normal cultivator is a large sum of money. It's enough for a normal person to live a carefree life." Yun Xiao also felt that this fellow Chu Tian was too ruthless. Even a famous grandmaster like his grandfather would not dare to charge this much for a single class. Wasn't this ripping people off? Chu Tian's asking price was too black. And this was only the basic content. A single class would cost at least 1 million, and at most several million. Who would come at this price? The training hall hadn't even opened yet, so there wouldn't be an awkward silence. Who would have thought that Chu Tian would disdainfully say, "What do you know? No matter how much money you spend to listen to father's class, it's not worth it. I want to teach you more advanced content, but you haven't even learned how to crawl. Can you even fly? Don't waste words. Hurry up and tidy up. This place will be very crowded in the next few days." Who told him to be the boss? The two of them could only helplessly do as he said. Since this place was already half dead, it wouldn't be that bad. Actually, the content Chu Tian had recorded was only the most basic of the basics. Chu Tian did not even take out any of his personal items and just followed his memory. He recited all the textbooks from the future and made them into magnetic sound disk. Just like this. He dared to ask for a sky-high price. There was a reason for Chu Tian's confidence. The contents of the textbooks were tens of thousands of years ago, the crystallization of countless scholars. Even the most basic textbooks were written 30,000 years ahead of time. Some of the basic formations, runes, and formulas mentioned in the book were all priceless existences in this era. Was Chu Tian's price expensive? It wasn't expensive at all. Chu Tian had established the Qilin Hall to earn money for himself and to attract talents. He wanted to recruit people for miracle commerce and pave the way for its future development. Of course, although he did not directly show his face, his actions were too big. It would attract the attention of many families in Central State and all kinds of troubles could not be avoided. Chu Tian had already prepared his heart. What would come, when was he afraid? Chapter 143. Zhao Kuan left Qilin Hall and was filled with excitement as he walked back. The phonograph was an epoch-making invention, perhaps even more creative than the electric light. The lessons recorded in these magnetic sound discs were more than a few thousand years ahead of the academy, causing Zhao Kuan to be shocked. He could not wait to listen to all the lessons. I thought it was strange, how did that bastard Yun Xiao improve so quickly? If I had this kind of resources, I wouldn't lose to this guy at all. It was just that Zhao Kuan was born in a poor family and did not have the support of a wealthy family. Such expensive tuition fees, even if he sold his pots and pans, he would not be able to afford it. Zhao Kuan was not willing to fall behind others. You can't die from holding in your urine. There must be a way. The surrounding curtain of night shook a few times, and several figures suddenly jumped out, instantly surrounding Zhao Kuan. Not good. Zhao Kuan turned his head and wanted to escape. Here. I've waited so long for you. This fierce-looking man stood in front of him with a cold expression. The other 6 people also had powerful auras. They were all experts with extraordinary strength. Wang Meng, what are you doing? Wang Meng was ranked 26th on the Azure Dragon leaderboard, while Zhao Kuan was ranked 26th on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. On the surface, their rankings were the same, but Wang Meng was much stronger than Zhao Kuan. Of the 4 campuses of Central State Academy, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard was the weakest. The experts on the Vermilion Bird ranking could not compare to the other 3 rankings. What for? Wang Meng cracked his knuckles and popping sounds came from his knuckles. He revealed a fiendish smile as he looked at him. I've already warned you not to go to the Qilin dojo. What was the result? You treat my words as farts. If I don't give them a taste of suffering, who will listen to me in the future? Damn it, they really came to look for trouble. Wang Meng alone was hard enough to deal with, not to mention the number of people on the other side. Boss, why are you talking nonsense with him? Beat him until he can't stand and pee. Let's see if he still dares to disobey. Wang Meng's brothers were eager to try. Withdrawing is impossible. Zhao Kuan also threw caution to the wind, his face full of determination as he roared, my rotten life is worthless. Take it if you can. Wang Meng was puzzled. Are you constipated? Wasn't it just quitting the club? It's as if you want to kill your own father. Is there a need to do this? You know nothing. How dare you talk to me like that? Wang Meng flew into a rage and was about to attack. Zhao Kuan suddenly had an idea and shouted, Wang Meng, why didn't you use your brain to think about it? Why did Yun Xiao suddenly become famous in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard? Why did Yun Xiao publicly join Qilin Hall after being in the limelight? He is advertising for Qilin Hall. Wang Meng was confused. Advertisements. What advertisement? Yun Xiao has been reborn after studying in Qilin Hall for 3 days. Even you wouldn't be able to block 2 slashes from him now. Is it true? Wang Meng was shocked. You don't believe me? Zhao Kuan's eyes flashed. How about we make a deal? Qilin Hall has a few classes tomorrow and I recommend you attend. 1 class costs 20,000 gold coins. Fat. Wang Meng was furious. 20,000 gold coins for a lesson? This bastard is treating me like a fool. Everyone, charge. Beat him up. Zhao Kuan also threw caution to the wind, I will help you. Wang Meng was stunned again. 20,000 gold coins. Although it wasn't a lot of money, it wasn't a small amount. At the very least, a normal body refinement cultivator would not be able to take out this much money. Even for awakened soul cultivators like them, 20,000 gold coins was enough to buy an elixir to increase their cultivation. Zhao Kuan said, I'll help you pay for it. If you're satisfied, then you can return the money to me. If you're not satisfied, then I won't give you a single cent. Was this true or false? Everyone stared at each other with wide eyes. 20,000 gold coins for a lesson, this kind of fee was close to the top scholars in Central State. Could there be a mysterious expert hidden in Qilin Hall? Thinking about Yun Xiao's changes over the past 2 days, this was completely possible. Brother Meng, what do we do? I think we can give it a try. After all, Yun Xiao's changes are too strange. Since this fool is paying, let's join in the fun. Wang Meng and his brothers were filled with curiosity. It was just like what Chu Tian had said. To the Central State Academy students, knowledge was far more enticing than money. All right, we'll give it a try. If I find out that you're speaking nonsense, Father will beat you until you can't piss your pant. Zhao Kuan let out a sigh of relief. They had finally escaped this calamity. Wang Meng led his brothers away. When they returned to the Azure Dragon courtyard, there were many students discussing something. Did you hear? A mysterious treasure has appeared in Central State Academy. Treasure? What treasure? It's something called a phonograph. It can record everything a person says into it, and it's said that there are people on the level of a grandmaster that are using this to spread their lessons. Is this true or false? You don't believe me, I saw it with my own eyes. There are even rumors saying that Yun Xiao was reborn because he had been trained there. Is this true or false? How about we go and take a look? Wang Meng and the others were stunned. That brat really wasn't speaking nonsense. In just a short night, the news had spread throughout Central State Academy. When the disciples of Qilin Hall returned home, they tried to convince their friends and family members, trying to win them over. Winning people over not only brought them benefits, it also brought them unexpected surprises. With Qilin Hall's resources, it was inevitable for them to rise, so the earlier they joined, the better. Phonograph? What was that? They had never heard of it before. With several dozen mouths spreading it, it became even more mysterious. How could a machine speak? What nonsense! What kind of principle was the phonograph made? Another even more important piece of news was spread. Yun Xiao being reborn and reaching the second rank of the Vermilion Bird rankings was also because of this. How could this be? Everyone began to ask around and find the source, the Vermilion Bird Academy's Qilin Hall. This was a normal training hall, but it had a series of classes. The fees were so high that it made people's hair stand on end. But with Qilin Hall's high price and Yun Xiao's image as their spokesperson, as well as the mysterious phonograph, with these two big gimmicks and the recommendation of the training hall's members, people couldn't help being skeptical. There were some rich people that decided to give it a try. The next morning. It was the first day of business for Qilin Hall. What kind of training hall is this? Wang Meng walked into the simple Qilin Hall and looked around. They actually have the nerve to run a business like this. Zhao Kuan was too lazy to care about him and went to pay the fees. This way please. There were a total of 5 classes today and 3 of them cost 20,000 gold coins. Zhao Kuan's class was 30 kinds of foundation martial arts 1. The training hall was very big and there were 20 to 30 prayer mats. Currently, there were only around 10 people. Most of them were familiar faces and there were only a few unfamiliar faces. Yun Xiao gave a yawn and walked out while digging his earwax. Sit properly. Sit properly. Everyone be quiet. Everyone instantly shut their mouths. After he became famous in the academy, no one dared to offend him anymore. Yun Xiao's appearance in Qilin Hall had undoubtedly confirmed the rumors and filled the newcomers with anticipation. He took out a heavy phonograph and placed it in the center. Prepare yourselves. It's starting. Yun Xiao carefully placed a magnetic sound stone in and activated the phonograph array. It began to operate and a noise came from the loudspeaker. Z, Z, Z. The entire training hall was silent. No one blinked and they all pricked up their ears to listen. Finally a low and clear voice came from the loudspeaker. Hello everyone. Wang Meng and the others who were listening for the first time all opened their eyes wide in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. This was too mysterious. This rough and heavy machine could really speak by itself. For these people who lived in this era, even if they broke their heads, they still wouldn't know what was going on. Today's class is the first of the 36 kinds of foundation martial art. Fighting ability is a quality that a cultivator must have, so how can you effectively increase your fighting ability? Have you already displayed your strongest battle strength? Today's class will discuss this problem through foundation martial arts. The disc slowly turned on the phonograph. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone had the same expression on their faces. That low and deep magnetic voice came from the flower-shaped loudspeaker. From different angles, it analyzed the essence of martial arts and introduced a few very practical battle techniques. It even explained the classical martial arts taught in the academy, breaking them down and improving them one by one. Wang Meng's surprise gradually turned into a pleasant surprise before finally turning into shock. He was originally filled with disdain. What was so good about learning foundation martial arts? Wasn't this the same routine for thousands of years? Even if it was explained and improved, would it be able to soar to the sky? After listening to the detailed explanation from the phonograph, Wang Meng realized for the first time that there were actually so many unbelievably profound techniques in foundation martial art. What was called 10,000 transformations return to the origin? What was called the Great Tao is the simplest. These seemingly simple martial arts were harder to innovate and improve. Wang Meng only realized at this moment that the foundation martial arts that he had painstakingly trained for so many years were worse than trash. It was simply full of loopholes. Unbelievable. Unimaginable. The more Wang Meng listened, the more excited he became. The more he listened, the more shocked he became. The voice from the phonograph was like an extremely experienced master. Not a single word was nonsense. Every word contained wisdom and every theory far surpassed the thousands of years of knowledge in book. This was a brand new foundation martial arts system. Wang Meng was overwhelmed with emotions at this moment. It was as if he had discovered a new continent. Today's class will end here. If you want to know more, please pay attention to the second broadcast of the 36 kinds of foundation martial arts. In the second broadcast, we will introduce a few classical movement techniques that will allow you to advance and retreat freely in battle. Goodbye everyone. It's over. How could it be over? Why is it over? Continue broadcasting. Wang Meng stood up. I'll pay. Yun Xiao carelessly sat beside the phonograph and glanced at him. Fuck, you can listen as long as you pay. Do you think you're listening to a play in a brothel? Scram. Wang Meng forcefully scratched his head. This was too torturous. Because the lecture was too good, most of the time he was in a shocked state. When he came back to his senses, the lecture was already over and he did not remember much of the content. It had to be known. The master's lecture seemed very simple, but it actually contained a lot of information. It was worth carefully studying. Zhao Kuan stood up with a notebook in his hand. You wrote down notes. Wang Meng glanced at the notebook and saw that it was densely packed. He was like a man who had eaten several pounds of aphrodisiac and saw a naked beauty. He excitedly jumped up and reached out to grab it. Quick, let me see it. This master has many theories and hidden knowledge. I will need to study it for a few days before I can fully understand it. Why should I give it to you? Zhao Kuan did not give him any face. Do you know how much this knowledge is worth? The money for today's lecture was even paid for by me. Wang Meng loudly roared, fuck. What does 20,000 gold coins count for? Can this be measured with money? You're F** King Vulgar. You want money, right? Father has money. I'll give you 100,000 to buy your notebook. Quickly let me see it. I want it too. Me too. My family has money, let me see it first. The people Wang Meng brought all gathered around him. Fuck. Wang Meng's eyes almost popped out. Are you rebelling? Who is the boss? Scram for me. Wang Meng's prestige was very high. If he said one, no one dared to go against him. Of course, that was normal. Today's development had far surpassed anyone's expectations. Young Master Wang Meng is too arrogant. I've been unhappy with you for a long time. We will be Qilin Hall's people in the future, so we need to draw our boundaries. That's right, this fellow has beaten up Qilin Hall's people, so we don't want to be associated with you. Humph, daring to beat up Qilin Hall's people is the same as beating up our fellow citizens. We will never coexist with you from now on. Wang Meng was about to explode with anger. These grandsons were burning bridges after crossing the river. When we beat up Qilin Hall's members, didn't you all have a part in it? Now that you've wiped your butts and left, it's fine if you betray us, but you still want to put shit on father's head. What is this? If he couldn't join Qilin Hall because of this matter, wouldn't that be asking for his life? Chapter 144. Yes. He was the one who beat me last time. Several senior Qilin Hall elders came over with faces filled with anger. How could they let this go? This fellow had taken the lead to beat up Qilin Hall's students. It was fine if he didn't find elder sister Nangong to beat him up, but this fellow actually came to the training hall to listen to a lecture. Wang Meng's expression changed. Wait. It was a misunderstanding. I was also bewitched by others, so I did such a stupid thing. Cut the crap and chase him out. Get lost. You're not welcome here. Wang Meng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. It would have been fine if he was rejected by a normal training hall, but the knowledge he could learn in Qilin Hall could definitely change his fate. How could he be willing to give up like this? I'll compensate you for your mental damage and medical expenses. If it still doesn't work, I'll let you guys beat me up. As long as I don't die or become crippled, I'll endure it. Wang Meng threw caution to the wind. All right, everyone, don't be angry. Zhao Kuan saw that everyone was filled with righteous indignation and immediately came out to be the peacemaker. Since he is willing to compensate us, then let him compensate us. Right now is the time for Qilin Hall's expansion, so turning enemies into friends is a good thing. Wang Meng was sweating profusely as he nodded repeatedly. Yes. Everyone will be a family from now on. If anyone dares to go against Qilin Hall, then they will be going against me, Wang Meng. Zhao Kuan had quite a bit of influence in Qilin Hall, so everyone gave him some face. You want to join the guild? Zhao Kuan's gaze swept across the few of them. Then pay the membership fee of 100,000 gold coins first. Membership fee of 100,000 gold coins? That was indeed a little high. He had never heard of any dojo that dared to charge such a high entrance fee. Do you think you'll lose out by paying 100,000 yuan? Let me tell you, Qilin Hall's newest benefit. Out of the 100,000 gold coins, 50,000 gold coins will be deposited in the Qilin Gymnasium as your tuition fees. In the future, your tuition fees will be directly deducted from these fees. From now on, the full amount of the membership fee you pay every month will be deposited into your tuition fees. Anyway, it's money that has to be spent. After you become a member, you'll be qualified to listen to the intermediate and advanced courses. Is it expensive? Wang Meng said, It's not expensive. Not expensive. Too cheap. I'll pay. A membership fee of 100,000. 50,000 of them would be given to the introducer as a subsidy, and the other 50,000 would be used as his own tuition fees. In the future, a minimum of 5% of the tuition fees would be returned to the introducer. Zhao Kuan did some calculations. This time, he recommended 7 people to join the association. Wouldn't that mean that he had earned 350,000 yuan in tuition fees? These fellows were all born in large families, so each one of them had a lot of money. In the future, they would have to spend a lot of money in Qilin Hall, so wouldn't they have a steady stream of passive income? Other than that, with the knowledge obtained from Qilin Hall, as long as he studied it at home, he could sell it outside or use other methods to exchange it for money. If that was the case, this Qilin Hall was not only a place to cultivate, it was also a good place to start a business. If Zhao Kuan could recommend 100 people to join, not only would he obtain a higher percentage of returns, he would also obtain the right to open a branch library. When Zhao Kuan thought of this, his blood started to boil. Weren't you worried about not having enough money yesterday? Now it seemed like Qilin Hall was not only a springboard for him to change his fate, it was also a great cause that was worth fighting for. The latest benefits. Yun Xiao walked out with a lazy expression. According to elder sister's research, we've made a decision. Qilin Hall will have a free open class every month that only official members can enjoy. Other than that, normal members will have a 20% discount. Our Qilin Hall is only open for the first time and our resources are very limited, so we will be recruiting a limited number of people. If you're late, there won't be any left. If you don't join now, there won't be any spots left. What? There was a limited number of people? Why didn't you say so earlier? What did 100,000 gold coins count for? Wang Meng's group anxiously rushed over and slapped several gold coin cards on the table. Their faces turned red as they handed them over. I want to join Qilin Hall right now. I'll save 500,000 gold coins first. Everyone rushed forward, striving to be the first. The popularity of this scene far surpassed their expectations. Yun Xiao's heart was secretly filled with joy. Boss really had foresight. He and Nangong Yun were worried about the awkward atmosphere, but the number of people joining far surpassed their expectations. God! If this trend continued, he and his elder sister would be able to take 10% of the income, which would be a terrifying number. He pretended to not care. What are you so anxious for? One by one. Line up. Over 10 people lined up to join Qilin Hall. The lowest one paid 100,000 gold coins and the highest one directly took out all of their money to strengthen their determination to join Qilin Hall. This was truly ironic. Wang Meng had received a bribe from someone before. He had brought people to beat up Qilin Hall's members and tried to destroy Qilin Hall's development. In the end, he had been brought by Zhao Kuan for a lesson and changed sides without any hesitation. This was the charm of knowledge. This was the power of knowledge. It was hard to resist and it made people go crazy. Nangong Yun counted the numbers at night and was so excited that she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. There were a total of 5 lessons today and we gained over 30 members. We earned over 3 million gold coins in membership fees and over 1 million gold coins from the lessons. There were even a few people who directly deposited several 100,000 gold coins. Our total income today is over 7 million gold coins. They had earned over 7 million gold coins in a single day. Yun Xiao almost fainted from fright. This was only the first day. Qilin Hall's influence had not been completely released yet, but the number of members had already doubled and they had earned a large amount of money. If this continued to develop, wouldn't it be terrible? After Chu Tian obtained this number, he gave a satisfied nod. It's a bit better than what I imagined. Keep working hard tomorrow. We'll only accept 300 people for the first period and we'll raise the threshold a bit. I don't want any random cat or dog to come in, especially the fellows from the 3 great families. Nangong Yun nodded. You can be assured. Yun Xiao, go and tell your sister that we'll be in trouble and might even be in danger. Tell her to keep an eye on the people from the 3 great families and report to me if anything strange happens. Understood. After seeing Chu Tian's miraculous way of making money, how could the 2 of them not admire him? They had never seen this kind of scene before. Everyone was rushing to give him money, as if they would miss out on a spot if they were a step late. On the second day, Qilin Hall's situation was even more lively than yesterday. There were over 100 people who came to Qilin Hall to listen to the lessons, but Qilin Hall's recruitment standards had been raised. They did not accept those who were too old, they did not accept those who were too weak, and they did not accept those from the 3 great families. In the end, they only accepted half of the people. That day's total income reached 8 million gold coins. The people who were not accepted were all anxious. It was a good thing that Qilin Hall did not have any high-level classes. Outsiders could still attend the normal classes, but they did not have as many benefits. This was not a long-term plan. Those who did not have enough strength quickly went home and found people who met the requirements. No matter what, they had to occupy a spot first. There were even some people who persuaded their families to leave the 3 great families and join the Yun family. They just wanted to join Qilin Hall as soon as possible. In just a short 2 days, Qilin Hall's total income was 15 million gold coins. The Yun siblings took 10%, Tong Xiaoyu and Jing Hao took 10%, Nangong Yun took 10%, and another 10% was reserved for the development of the hall. The rest was taken by Chu Tian. Not bad. His pockets were bulging again. This was not enough. Chu Tian did not have to worry about money anymore. When Qilin Hall's first batch of people was filled, Chu Tian would have enough money to buy the elemental source stone. In this period of time, the Qilin Hall members were like a pack of wolves, searching for food all day long. Whether it was in the academy or outside, as long as they did not belong to the 3 great families and met the requirements, they would all be sent to Qilin Hall. Since they could give others an unexpected surprise and also bring benefits to themselves, why wouldn't they do it? This kind of viral marketing had spread in less than a week. There were over 300 Qilin Hall members and it was almost full. The small hall was already filled to the brim. Their total income was over 40 million gold coins. Even if they didn't give the money to their partners, it was still enough to satisfy Chu Tian's need. This week's profit had already surpassed the total profits of Miracle Commerce. This did not mean that Miracle Commerce's profits were low, but rather that Chilean Hall's development had a ceiling. Chilean Hall's standards were very high. They had to have a certain cultivation base, a skill, and they had to be young and have potential. In this week's time, the 4 ranked disciples had joined in almost half a day. Their development speed would definitely slow down in the future and knowledge was limited. If Chu Tian wanted to maintain Chilean Hall's attraction, he had to constantly update his knowledge. Since they had already earned enough money. In order to maintain the quality of Chilean Hall, Chu Tian temporarily stopped accepting members. Those who were slow to react could only beat their chests in regret. Other than that, the strong rise of Chilean Hall had attracted the attention of many powers in Central State. The 4 campuses were filled with geniuses from the 4 great families, so it was impossible for the 4 great families not to know about Chilean Hall's glory. Not to mention the fact that Chilean Hall had given a hard and fast rule. The Chu, Yi, and Luo families were not allowed to join. This was clearly making things difficult for the 3 great clans. The boss of Chilean Hall on the surface was Miracle Commerce's Nangong Yun, so it was not hard to imagine the cause and effect. Although they did not know what was so special about Chilean Hall that it could rise in such a short period of time, how could the 3 great families turn a blind eye to an enemy that had risen so quickly? Because of this, the 3 great families sent out messengers and held a secret meeting to discuss countermeasures. From the speed of Chilean Hall's growth, trying to interfere or threaten them would not be effective. This was because there were too many people from small and medium-sized families joining. They had already formed a group and could resist the pressure of the 3 great families. What are you afraid of? Central State City is our territory. Chilean Hall only has the Yun family secretly supporting them. If the 3 of us work together, even if we blow up Chilean Hall, what can the Yun family do to us? We'll do it together. Each of our 3 families will send out an expert and will use violence to solve it. In short, we can't let them grow any stronger. Not only that, we will also steal their things. As Miracle Commerce became stronger and stronger in South Sky City, the 3 great families felt like there was a blade on their backs. However, with Shun Fengho's appearance, they could not directly go to Central State to find trouble with Chu Tian. Therefore, the 3 great families could only create news in Central State and pour mud on Chu Tian. They wanted to destroy Chu Tian's image before his influence spread to Central State. However, how many days had it been? Miracle Commerce's influence used this method to gradually take root in Central State City and Chu Tian had not even made an official appearance yet. Chilean Hall's strategic value far surpassed its economic value. Chilean Hall gathered over 100 disciples of the small and medium-sized families in Central State, with many talents in various fields. Compared to money, Miracle Commerce lacked people more. Other than lacking people, they lacked supporters even more. Once Chilean Hall matured, with Miracle Commerce's backing, it would become a natural talent reserve for Miracle Commerce. Because of this, there would be hundreds of small and medium-sized families that would support them. It had to be said that Miracle Commerce's move was correct. It could be considered killing many birds with one stone, solving several difficult problems. This was a foundation for entering Central State City. From this move, the 3 great families realized that Miracle Commerce was preparing to enter the main city. Their speed was just too fast. The company had only been established for 2 months and they actually wanted to leave South Sky City to develop in the main city. No matter the cost. Before Chilean Hall could expand, they had to completely kill them. Not only did they have to destroy them, they also had to take away their core technology. This was the territory of the 4 great families, so what could they do even if they went too far? Rather than dragging things out, it was better to settle things in one step and use the most direct and violent methods to achieve their goal. This would show their swift and decisive methods and merciless attitude. Chapter 145. While the 3 great families were making their secret decisions, the Central State Academy was holding an emergency meeting. Yun Tianhe had arrived early and was sitting in the vice principal's seat. Central State Academy had 3 principals, one principal and two vice principals. The principal was an official position. After all, Central State Academy was an official institution of Southern Shia. Therefore, Central State Academy was managed by the two vice principals. Although the principal had a higher position, he did not participate in the daily management of the academy. Only when there was an important matter would he appear to preside over it. This emergency meeting was called by the principal and he requested everyone to come to the training hall. Yun Tianhe's eyes swept over the other people present. They were all old fellows and they all had serious expressions on their faces, as if they had encountered a very troublesome problem. Only Yun Tianhe had a relaxed expression. The recent events had made Yun Tianhe filled with pleasant surprises. The Sir Principal has arrived. A 40 to 50-year-old middle-aged man walked in. He was wearing a sapphire jade crown and was wearing a green robe embroidered with purple patterns. On the outside was a milky white silk jacket. His face was dark and he had a square face with a small beard, giving people a rigid feeling. Among the Central State Academy's joint principals, Yun Tianhe was the managing principal. He was in charge of the academic affairs and had a very big reputation. After all, Yun Tianhe had a very high status in the Central State academic world, but Central State Academy was an official institution. A local family head could not completely replace the academy. Feng Yunhu was the Central State Academy's principal. Feng Yunhu was the Central State City Vice Mayor and also the Central State Academy's principal. His brother Feng Yunlong was the mayor. The reason why the two of them had such a high status was because their clan brothers were the famous Shen Fenghu and Feng Yuntian. Everyone stood up and bowed, greetings to the principal. Feng Yunhu walked in front of the principal's seat and looked over everyone as he asked, "Is everyone here? It seems like Vice Principal Shen isn't here yet. Humph. She's used to doing things her own way. How could she be late for such an important meeting?" As soon as he said this, the temperature in the meeting room dropped. Everyone felt a strong cold current coming from the hallway. It was bone-chilling and incomparably cold, even the teapots on the table were covered in a thin layer of frost. A woman walked in. Everyone felt a suffocating coldness. Wherever this woman appeared, everything around her would be frozen. That simple black gauze dress made her snow-like skin appear even whiter and more tender. Her temperament was graceful and noble, and her figure was also mature and plump. From her appearance, she looked less than 30 years old. That pair of eyes that were as cold as the night emitted a cold light. There was not a trace of a smile on her fair and beautiful face. Her entire face looked like it was in the middle of winter. Cold. This woman gave off the feeling of coldness. That kind of indifference and callousness was like the glacier in the polar regions, which would not melt even after 10,000 years. Feng Yunhu had just complained when the other party appeared. He couldn't help feeling a bit awkward and he waved his sleeves. "Vice Principal Chen is here. Please sit. Our meeting is about to begin." The black-veiled woman did not say a word. She did not place Feng Yunhu in her eyes at all as she walked to her seat and sat down. Feng Yunhu was already used to this, so he was not angry. "Everyone, today I have an important matter to announce. The once every 5 years Central State trial is about to begin. Each time, 10 youths will participate and according to the rules, the 4 great families will each have 1 spot. The other 6 spots will be decided in the upcoming Central State Academy Great Competition. The Central State Academy Great Competition is held once every 5 years and is extremely important. Not only is it a stage for the Central State Academy students to display their skills, it is also related to the benefits of the academy. I believe that after working hard for so long, the various academies have already selected the most outstanding young geniuses. But, I think that this is just a Central State Academy internal competition. This is a bit too small. It is not good for the youths to broaden their horizons and hone their strength." Everyone's expression changed. Could it be that the principal wanted to change the rules? This was a big matter. Feng Yunhu continued to say, "Because of this, I propose to make a few minor adjustments. The 4 academies will choose several groups of participants and we will choose 2 more groups from the young cultivators of Central State City to participate in the great competition. This will let the youths that have been raised in the academy see the style of the Jianghu and also give the other youths of Central State City a chance to display their skills. The principal would not change the rules for no reason. There had to be a reason. But why? There were many high-level members of the Chu, Luo, and Yi families present. This kind of change did not have any benefits to them because the addition of foreign participants would increase the pressure of competition. Perhaps it would affect the competition between the various academies' disciples. Although the possibility was not high, it was not a guarantee. Two principals. Feng Yunhu did not wait for the others to speak before asking, "Do you have any objections?" The black-veiled woman softly said, "No." Yun Tianhe did not care. Those spots did not have anything to do with his Yun family, so he could not rely on Yun Xiao. Although he had been reborn, it was not very likely for him to enter the top 6. Adding 2 more groups compared to the 20 groups of people in the academy does not have much of an impact, so we might as well give it a try. All right. Since the 2 principals have no objections, then we will immediately implement it. Feng Yunhu did not give the others a chance to object. Seeing that the 3 principals had agreed, even if the others had objections, they did not dare say anything. They could only silently agree to this modification. It was just adding 2 more groups of people. This should not have any effect on them. It's settled then. After Feng Yunhu solved the most important matter, he said with a serious face, "There's also another matter. I've received some feedback in the past few days that the academy has a large-scale practice of skipping classes. The people who are skipping classes are all high-ranked students. With the great competition around the corner, what kind of scandal is this? Don't you want to give me an explanation?" Everyone stared at each other with wide eyes. "I've already investigated the reason why these students are skipping classes." A high-level member of the Luo family quickly said, "They went to a dojo to listen to a lecture." What a big joke. Feng Yunhu was not in the academy often, so he did not understand the academy's situation. Since when can a random dojo compete with Central State Academy? This kind of place that affects the students' studies should be banned immediately. Ku. Yun Tianhe gave 2 awkward coughs. "Principal, this matter needs to be discussed and we still need to investigate it. This Qilin dojo does not have any good points." Feng Yunhu looked at Yun Tianhe with dissatisfaction. "Old Yun, you are the most knowledgeable person here, so how could you not understand Central State Academy's background? Don't think that I don't know that the founder of this dojo is actually a small Nangong family branch family disciple. What kind of great achievements can he have? These students usually form clubs and work all day long, which I don't approve of. Now that they have even abandoned their cultivation, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. Qilin dojo could suddenly rise in such a short period of time. This was 100% related to that mysterious youth. Yun Tianhe had investigated everything. The fellow named Lu Ren was most likely the famous ghost genius Chu Tian. After Yun Tianhe investigated his true identity, his heart couldn't help feeling a bit worried. Chu Tian's reputation in Central State was not small and it was mostly fierce and evil. His fierce reputation came from his own fighting. His evil reputation came from the 3 great clans. This youth had an unprecedented talent, but he had a deep grudge with the 3 great clans, making him as dangerous as a barrel of gunpowder. If Feng Yunhu investigated Qilin dojo, it would be hard to guarantee that Chu Tian's identity would not be exposed. Yun Tianhe stood up and said, "All right, then this old man will personally make a trip. As far as I know, an important member of Qilin dojo is your grandson Yun Xiao." Feng Yunhu softly said, "In order to avoid suspicion, old Yun will not personally deal with this matter, I think. How about Vice Principal Chen make a move?" Yun Tianhe's expression changed. "What? Let her make a move?" Everyone's eyes fell onto the other principal. If Yun Tianhe was a scholar, then Chen Bingyu was a martial artist. Chen Bingyu was the youngest of the 3 principals. She was not even 40 years old and her cultivation base was unfathomable. She was cold the entire day, just like a piece of ice. She gave off a cold aura that repelled people 1,000 miles away. She had been sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed since the beginning of the meeting, as if nothing had anything to do with her. When Chen Bingyu slowly opened her eyes, The temperature of the entire meeting room dropped by several degrees. Feng Yunhu was a bit afraid of this woman, so he did not dare force her to do anything. He only asked in an inquiring tone, "What does Vice Principal Chen think?" Chen Bingyu was silent for 2 seconds before coldly saying, "All right." Yun Tianhe's forehead was covered in cold sweat. "It's over." Chen Bingyu's nickname was the Ice Queen. Just like her name, her personality was like ice and she was as overbearing as a king. When Chen Bingyu did things, she was very direct and did not like to waste time. She was a good friend of Shen Fenghu and Feng Yuntian. With Shen Fenghu's recommendation, Chen Bingyu had become the vice principal. In the entire central state city, other than Shen Fenghu and Feng Yuntian, there was basically no one with a higher cultivation base than her. Even Yun Tianhe was inferior in comparison. If this woman wanted to take over Qilin Hall, even Yun Tianhe could not stop her. Chen Bingyu slowly stood up and turned to walk out the door. Feng Yunhu's lips curled into a faint smile. "Old Yun, with Vice Principal Chen's abilities, do you still not believe in her? Let her go." Feng Yunhu seemed to have the intention of going against Qilin Hall. Yun Tianhe left the meeting room. Yun Yarrow quickly ran over. "Grandfather, I've received news that the 3 great families are going to deal with Lu Ren." Yun Tianhe cut her off. "Let's not talk about this for now. Qilin Hall's situation is not good. Quickly send a message to the little mister. Chen Bingyu will come to cause trouble for them today." "What?" Yun Yarrow felt like her head had been smashed by a hammer. "Then aren't they finish?" "I can't personally make a move. Quickly send a message to Chu Tian." Yun Tianhe anxiously said, "You have to be fast. Otherwise it will be too late. That woman is cold and ruthless, she will not listen to reason. Let Chu Tian prepare his heart. He had caused a large problem." Yun Yarrow quickly rushed over to Qilin Hall. When she found out that Chu Tian was meditating, she directly pulled him out and said to his face, "Close the training hall for a few days and hide." Chu Tian asked in a curious voice, "What is this? You want me to keep an eye on the 3 great families? There is already news that the 3 great families will send people and they will use violence to destroy the hall." Chu Tian had an indifferent expression. "Don't I have you?" Yun Yarrow was still an expert in the 4th awakened soul layer and Chu Tian did not believe that the people sent by the 3 great families would be stronger than Yun Yarrow. Yun Yarrow said to Chu Tian with an anxious expression, "I can help you block the people from the 3 great families, but there is another large character that has been alerted. This person. I can't block them. Even if grandfather comes, he can't block them. Even old man Yun can't block them. Who is this strong? Nonsense. Have you heard of the Ice Queen? She is considered to be an expert second only to Shen Fenghu in Central State City. It can't be. I don't have any grudges with her. Why would she find trouble with me?" The hall had only been open for a week and they had encountered such a troublesome matter. This was truly a bad start. Forget about the people from the 3 great families, that woman was not easy to deal with. If she made a move without any explanation, they might not be able to block her and Qilin Hall would be completely destroyed. Closing the hall is not a good plan. We can hide for a while, but we can't hide forever. Chu Tian's eyes sparkled a few times. "I have a plan that is a bit risky, but we can give it a try. If we succeed, the hall will have another layer of protection and we won't have to worry about this kind of matter ever again." Yun Xiao was completely speechless. What was this fellow's brain thinking? Did he know how terrifying Chen Bingyu was? Chapter 146. Chen Bingyu walked in front of Qilin Hall. She was wearing a black robe, a large hood, and a veil. Her aura was completely restrained, making it hard for others to see that she was a peak true soul realm expert. There were several hundred students gathered in front of Qilin Hall. Selling notes. Selling notes. It's the latest notebook that's been circulating. It's only 500 gold coins per book. Several clever youths were holding a large pile of manuals as they shouted at the entrance of the Qilin Daoist temple. Immediately, a large group of nearby students surrounded them. "Give me one. I want one too. I want Basic Alchemy, Entry 2. Give me a copy of Basic Formation 3. A large group of students ran over. Most of them were in the body refinement realm, but because they didn't have the qualifications to enter Qilin Hall or because they were poor, they could only buy notes to study. Chen Bingyu knit her brows and revealed a trace of anger. How could Qilin Hall have the qualifications to teach students? Wasn't this just misleading the students? That last Nangong Yun was too unreliable. What Feng Yunhu didn't know was that Chen Bingyu had a hidden identity. She had a deep relationship with the Nangong family. Although not many people knew of this identity and it wasn't convenient for it to be revealed, Feng Yunhu knew that Chen Bingyu had a hidden identity. However, as the genius of the Nangong family, Nangong Yun had been secretly taken care of by Chen Bingyu from the beginning. Before his daughter left, Nangong Yi had told Chu Tian that there was someone in the upper echelons of Central State Academy who was a member of the Nangong family. This person was Chen Bingyu. Who would have thought that after Nangong Yun came to Central State Academy, other than going to see Chen Bingyu on the first day, she never went to see Chen Bingyu again. She spent all day fighting and causing trouble in the academy, committing all sorts of crimes. Now, everything was fine. He actually created a Taoist dojo. If it had been someone else, Chen Bingyu would have destroyed the dojo directly. However, she still had to give some face to Nangong Yun. While Chen Bingyu was thinking about what to do, she suddenly saw a young man wearing a white robe with golden trim coming out of the dojo. Who else could this person be other than Yun Xiao? Public lecture. Public lecture. The dojo has decided to hold a public class at the last minute. It doesn't matter if you're a member or not, everyone can participate. The number of people who can sign up is limited, so hurry up and grab this opportunity. Public class? I might as well go and take a look. Chen Bingyu had concealed her aura and put on a simple disguise. Coupled with her extremely deceptive appearance, she looked like a young woman in her 20s. Everyone would only think that she was a student. Who would have thought that she was the vice principal? Chen Bingyu was too beautiful. With this kind of beauty in Central State Academy, she should have been famous a long time ago. Of course, in a place like Qilin Hall, everyone came for knowledge. So what if there were beauties? Beauties still had to line up. When Chen Bingyu entered the dojo, she almost sat in the last row, but it didn't matter. With her cultivation and strength, even the buzzing of a mosquito would not be able to escape her ears at this distance. Goddess! Goddess Nangong is out. The male students howled and cheered. A red-haired beauty in training clothes walked out. She had a wonderful figure, a fiery aura, and a beautiful appearance. She had a valiant and heroic aura that a girl shouldn't have. It made people feel close to her, and their hearts couldn't help but ripple. Nangong Yun paced back and forth, glancing at the hundreds of people in the training hall, and said in an old-fashioned manner, "I want to say that you're all in luck. In order to celebrate the successful recruitment of Qilin Hall's first batch of members, we will be holding a free public class today." Chen Bingyu's heart was even more unhappy. "You haven't come to Central State Academy to ask me a few times and you've been fighting like a hoodlum all day. Now you're pretending to be a lecturer and teaching students. Don't you know how much weight you have? What kind of propriety is this?" Nangong Yun did not notice Chen Bingyu because there were too many people in the public class. She continued to act like a big sister. "Recently, I've been hearing some discussions. They say that the Qilin Hall's classes are all basic and basic knowledge, as if our Qilin Hall doesn't have the ability to take out higher level things. Is there such a thing? Who is it? Who is speaking nonsense?" Wang Meng loudly shouted, "Who dares slander Qilin Hall? I'll bring people to beat them up." The people in the crowd were filled with righteous indignation, creating an atmosphere of jianghu. "Quiet! Quiet!" Nangong Yun stopped and pressed her hands down. The crowd instantly became silent, no matter what. Since someone has said this, I can't turn a blind eye to it. So, we will now be broadcasting a higher level class. The goal is to let you understand that a higher level class is not something you can learn just because you want to. If you want to learn, you need to have the ability. What? A higher level class? Everyone's eyes lit up. This was a class worth at least several 100,000 gold coins. Don't blame elder sister for not reminding you. This level of class is not something you can grasp. I advise you to prepare your notebooks and write down every word. If this knowledge is taken outside, it will be enough to make a small fortune. Do you hear me? Everyone believed her without a doubt. They quickly pulled out their notebooks and pens, preparing to write down their notes. Chen Bingyu was even more disdainful. This kind of public class actually dared to call it a higher level class? Don't make people laugh to death. But she would listen to it for now and teach this little girl Nangong a lesson. Yun Xiao, why are you dilly-dallying, brat? Quickly bring out the equipment for this old lady. Coming. Yun Xiao placed the phonograph on the training ground. It's none of your business. Nangong Yun kicked him. Scram, Yun Xiao cried out. He was a famous playboy, but in front of elder sister, he was like a grandson. Nangong Yun carefully pulled out a disc. This class is 2 hours long and is called Exploring the Essence of Water Energy 1. As the name suggests, it is a class that explores the essence of elemental energy. It will begin now. What a joke. It was actually an exploration of water energy. Chen Bingyu's cultivation technique was the ice and snow chi transformation secret art. This was an ancient cultivation technique excavated from an ancient ruin. It was very deep and profound and was related to water. Chen Bingyu was a martial arts maniac, so she was very good at studying cultivation techniques and martial arts. She even knew how complex and profound it was. A small Chilean hall dared to talk about exploring the mysteries of water energy. How could this kind of knowledge be casually spoken about? If it wasn't done properly, it would harm their lives. This was enough reason for the training hall to be closed down. I won't say any more nonsense. After placing the disc into the groove of the phonograph's array, Nangong Yun used her spirit energy to activate the array and directly raised the volume to the maximum. The disc slowly rotated above the array and the sound that was sealed inside was slowly released through the loudspeaker. Hello everyone. Today we will be talking about the first lesson of Exploring the Essence of Water Energy 1. Everyone opened their notebooks and began to record it down. This was a course worth tens of thousands of gold coins. If they could bring the knowledge home, it would be more than enough to create more value. Chen Bingyu stared at the phonograph and revealed a look of surprise. This was the first time seeing a phonograph, so they were all amazed by this magical invention. An ice-cold machine, how could it have the ability to speak? This was truly incredible. Chen Bingyu was a person who had seen the world. Although it was very complicated and troublesome to preserve sound, there were actually talismans and arrays that could do it. But this kind of low-cost and convenient method was the first time it had appeared on the continent. The invention of this phonograph did not have a small meaning. Water, when it boils, it turns into gas, and when it condenses, it turns into ice. This is one of the most common types of energy. Water is like water. Water nourishes all living things and does not fight, but that does not mean that water is weak. If the sea tilts and the river flows backwards, it is enough to destroy a country. Then what is water energy? Chen Bingyu revealed a cold smile. She wanted to see what kind of novel theory this Chilean hall could come up with. Actually, water and water energy are two different concepts. Water is a kind of substance, and substances have different energies, so they cannot be generalized. Water energy is a kind of energy that has certain characteristics. It is flowing, flexible, and pervasive. Could it be that only water has water energy? Wrong. This is a large misunderstanding. Actually, all living things have water energy. Water is a carrier of water energy, but it is not the only carrier. Chen Bingyu knit her brows. This was becoming more and more difficult to understand. But after carefully tasting it, there seemed to be a bit of flavor to it. For example, a piece of gold is hard and compact. This is its own characteristic. When the gold is melted, the hard and compact characteristic will disappear and it will be replaced by the wild and hot characteristics of fire. This is the energy of fire and the flowing and changing characteristics of water. This is the energy of water, but its essence is gold. Doesn't this mean that water and fire energy are compatible? People often say that water and fire cannot coexist, but this is actually wrong. Ice and fire can come from the same source and can even create stronger cultivation techniques and martial arts based on this principle. That's all for now. Next, we will delve into this topic. I will list several simple cultivation techniques, from the characteristics of energy to the cultivation technique. I hope it will be of help to everyone. When Chen Bingyu heard this, her brows tightly knit together. This point of view was indeed very groundbreaking. It actually made her fall into deep thought. At this time, the voice from the phonograph began to list several cultivation techniques in detail. It dissected them and explained them in detail. From the shallow to the deep, it slowly progressed. Chen Bingyu's expression continued to change. It went from serious to surprised and finally, to shock. Mysterious. Mysterious. Was this really a lesson from a broken dojo? When Chen Bingyu heard half of it, her entire view of life was turned upside down. The wonders of water, the changes of water, the spirituality of water, it was explained in detail. It was concise and comprehensive, bold and imaginative, but it went straight to the essence. It mentioned many improvement plans for water cultivation techniques. It was very enlightening. The others were dumbfounded. This knowledge was too profound for them. Although it was explained well, they could not understand it at all. Chen Bingyu, on the other hand, was very different. She had an unprecedented and mysterious feeling that enveloped her. Every word that came out of the phonograph was like a sharp needle that pierced through the stubborn Bai-en and pierced into her soul. It made her feel like she had parted the dark clouds and was seeing the sun for the first time. This was a feeling like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water. Every time, it stopped at the right point and purposely did not explain in depth. It made Chen Bingyu feel like she had grasped something, but in the end, there was nothing. Her heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. It was simply torturous. She, who was always calm and steady, wished she could immediately rush up and smash the phonograph to pieces. She wanted to drag the person inside and strangle him to get to the bottom of things. It was too unbelievable. Countless complicated problems were explained in a very simple way. Perhaps this was the most basic content for him. Chen Bingyu was shocked and excited, but she also felt a strong sense of loss. She was just an ant in the end. In front of a real master, she did not even have the qualifications to be his apprentice. I don't even know the basics. What right do I have to be proud of myself? The voice in the phonograph slowly said, "This lesson will end here. If you want to know more, please pay attention to the second lesson of exploration and understanding of the essence of water energy." It's over. It's over. This lesson was very long. It was more than 2 hours long, but Chen Bingyu felt that only 5 minutes had passed. Chen Bingyu realized that there were still many things that she did not understand. Everyone in the dojo stood up and prepared to leave with their notebooks. "Stop." Chen Bingyu stopped someone. "Lend me your notebook." That person held the notebook in his arms and stared at her as if she was a thief. "What? This is the fruit of my labor. Why should I let you see it? Do you know how much this book is worth outside?" Chen Bingyu said, "You want money, right? Give me a number and I'll buy it." "Fuck your money. Are you that rich? Are you amazing because you have money? Can this kind of intelligence be measured with money? Vulgar person. Pay. You. Move. Move." That person spat out in disdain and even called her a lunatic. Holding the notebook, he quickly left. If he knew that the person asking him for the notebook was the Central State Academy's vice principal, he would have been scared out of his wit. Chen Bingyu did not give up and looked for another person. "What are you doing? You came to listen to the lesson without taking notes. Who can you blame? Quickly move. Don't waste time. I want to go back and study it. Move. Move. There's no way you can take notes." Most of the people here were young masters from influential families. These precious notes would be given to their families and the masters would dig out useful information from them. Then they would publish it in various journals and newspapers, earning a large amount of fame and money. It could be said like this. Every lesson in Chilean Hall was a gold mine. As long as they dug out the information, they would be able to earn 10 times the profit. Of course, the prerequisite was that they were fast enough and they had to be ahead of everyone else. Only a fool would sell notes. Chapter 147. While they were teaching in the training hall, Chu Tian and Nangong Yun were discussing their future plans. Chilean Hall's current income is not bad, but there is a limit to how much we can develop. Our most important task is to pave the way for miracle commerce. Miracle commerce is our foundation, so we can't be tempted by the benefits in front of us and put the cart before the horse. I've already contacted Jing Hao and he has already gathered all the resources. The first magnetic sound tower has already been secretly built and they are currently working on the second and third magnetic sound towers. Tong Xiaoyu has already designed the radio and is currently in production at the Tianchen Chamber of Commerce's factory. People really couldn't be compared to each other. I haven't accomplished anything in the main city and boss has done so many things as soon as he arrived. All kinds of arrangements and preparations, they seemed casual, but they were all very precise and ingenious. They had already been prepared for miracle commerce without anyone knowing. Chu Tian continued to say, the phonograph has been stockpiled and miracle commerce has been officially launched. They will immediately be released to the market. How many of these phonographs have been made? Nangong Yun was very interested. No matter what, I have to buy at least 8-10 of them. This thing is just too easy to use. The phonograph was a very perfect storage medium. It would be widely used in every aspect of life in the future, especially music and art. It would have an unimaginable effect on them. Chu Tian nodded. The training hall had already finished. A Chilean Hall member came in. Elder sister, there's someone outside asking to see you. I'm busy. Nangong Yun impatiently said, I won't see him. Tell him to scram. But this Chilean Hall member hesitated. Her attitude is very firm. It seems like she wants to see you no matter what. Nangong Yun was about to explode in anger. Don't be anxious. Chu Tian waved his hand and said to that person, go find Yun Xiao and have him see what's going on. Yes. He quickly left to find Yun Xiao. This was a woman wearing a black veil that covered her face. Although her appearance could not be seen, from her temperament and figure, this woman was of the highest quality. Yun Xiao was not interested in other things, but women, especially beautiful women, he had no immunity to them at all. When Yun Xiao saw her, his eyes lit up and he eagerly asked, Hey, beauty, is there anything I can help you with? Let me introduce myself first. My name is Yun Xiao. That's right, I'm known as the Mad Demon of Challenge, the cultivation technique master, the genius that once defeated 20 experts of the Vermilion Bird ranking in a single day. How was it? Do you worship me? The black-veiled woman was naturally Chen Bingyu. She had completely forgotten her original intention of coming here. The charm of Chilean Hall was too strong. They couldn't be blamed for skipping classes. Even Chen Bingyu herself couldn't resist the temptation here. She had already asked around and found that this was high-level content that outsiders could not listen to. The only way was to join Chilean Hall. I want to join the dojo. Ah! Yun Xiao frowned. This is not easy. Chen Bingyu was a little dissatisfied. Is there a problem? Babe, I can help you with anything else, but this is the only thing that I'm afraid won't be easy. Yun Xiao shook his head and said, our Chilean Hall's first batch of members has been filled, so we will stop recruiting now. If a beauty wants to join us, you can only wait for the next batch. How could this be? Chen Bingyu was already prepared to join Chilean Hall. This Chilean Hall did not give her any face at all, which made Chen Bingyu feel very dissatisfied. Since the rules are made by people, there must be a way to change them. One more person or one less person, it doesn't matter. I'll pay 10 times the membership fee, how about it? Babe, this isn't right. A person needs to have principles. Yun Xiao pretended to be righteous and then added, although the rules are made by people, the person who made them is not a normal person, so I don't dare break them. So, I'm sorry, babe, please leave. That person? Who was that person? Chen Bingyu thought of something and her body suddenly trembled as she said, the person you're talking about, is he the person who recorded the disc? Yun Xiao did not hide it, it's him. Chen Bingyu felt like she had been struck by lightning. At this moment, she found it hard to describe her feelings. Excitement, ecstasy, and nervousness. She never would have thought that the person who recorded the class would actually be in Chilean Hall. Then she had to join Chilean Hall even more. No matter what price she had to pay, she wouldn't hesitate. Chen Bingyu anxiously said, call Nangong Yun out, I want to see her. Elder sister is discussing matters with that person and elder sister is famous for her personality. Running over to disturb him, Aren't you just asking for a beating? Yun Xiao was a little unhappy. I say, although you're a babe, you can't be this willful. That person was currently in Qilin Hall. That tall chest began to heave up and down, and Chen Bingyu couldn't help trembling. She suddenly felt that even the air had become heavy. Yun Xiao's heart couldn't help skipping a beat. Was there something wrong with this girl? Then why don't you wait and I'll go try? No, don't disturb him. I can wait for them to finish. Chen Bingyu was afraid that she would disturb that expert. If she left a bad impression on the other side, that would not be good. What was going on? This truly was a strange person. This girl was a little crazy, so Yun Xiao did not think too much about it. Since it's like this, then we'll wait here first. Chen Bingyu did not have any complaints. This was because to be able to grasp such profound knowledge and techniques, the other side was definitely a rare great scholar in southern Xia. Even the famous great scholar Jiyu Qianqiu had been visited by Chen Bingyu before. Although Jiyu Qianqiu was very knowledgeable, it was not enough for her to worship him. The person who recorded the disc was the only person that Chen Bingyu had worshipped since she was young. What kind of person was he? From the announced curriculum of the training hall, it covered all kinds of cultivation techniques, martial arts, and etc. It could be said that there was nothing that this person didn't know. This kind of all-round scholar, without a strong innate talent and several decades of painstaking study, it was impossible. So, the other side was most likely like Yun Tianhe, an old man that was close to 100 years old. While Chen Bingyu was filled with worship, she also felt a strong sense of admiration. This kind of advanced knowledge, it was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. This person had probably spent his entire life researching, and he had taken it out for the public to study, allowing the Qilin Hall students to use his knowledge to write papers that would be published in various academies. He would allow them to use his knowledge to improve cultivation techniques and recipes, allowing them to benefit from it. Too noble. Too selfless. Chen Bingyu did not care about fame and fortune, but she knew that she could not do this. Dusk gradually fell and the people in Qilin Hall began to decrease. The students gradually dispersed, but Chen Bingyu was still standing in front of Qilin Hall, just like a statue that would not move. Chu Tian was sitting in the training hall, feeling a little anxious at this moment. Most of the people in Qilin Hall had left. Why weren't they coming yet? While Chu Tian was feeling depressed, Yun Yarrow came in through the side door. She looked at Chu Tian with an anxious gaze. She's here. Chu Tian quickly asked Yun Xiao, what about the person I told you to go see? Oh, you're talking about that strange woman? Yun Xiao revealed a helpless look. She waited an entire afternoon and I refused to leave no matter what. I can't do anything to her. Since she waited an entire afternoon, that means her attitude is not bad. Nangong, go and see her. If her request is too excessive, just agree to her, do you understand? All right. We'll stop here for today. I'll go to the Jing family's magnetic sound tower to see the latest situation. Chu Tian walked to Yun Yarrow's side and asked, how is it? Yun Yarrow replied, she's already here. You should quickly leave, otherwise it will be dangerous. Chu Tian revealed a faint smile, not bad, not bad. The timing is not bad, let's quickly leave this place. When Yun Yarrow escorted Chu Tian out, Yun Xiao brought Nangong Yun out of Qilin Hall. When she saw Chen Bingyu, Nangong Yun's eyes popped out. Aunt Chen, why is it you? Yun Xiao looked at Nangong Yun and then at the black-veiled woman. This girl really knew elder sister? But it was very strange. This girl did not look that old, so why did elder sister call her this? When did you come? Nangong Yun came forward with an apologetic look. Just tell me directly. Chen Bingyu nervously looked around. Where is the senior that recorded the disc? Isn't he with you? Senior? What senior? Nangong Yun immediately realized who she was talking about. She rolled her eyes and said with a grin, he already left. What? He left. Chen Bingyu felt very depressed, but she quickly became spirited again. Yuna, I have something I want to discuss with you. Say it. Nangong Yun proudly patted her chest. Aunt Chen's matter is Nangong Yun's matter. I want to enter Qilin Hall. Nangong Yun almost jumped up. Other people did not know Chen Bingyu's identity, But how could she not know? Chen Bingyu was Shen Fenghu's friend and had been recommended by Shen Fenghu to become the Central State Academy's vice principal. Her position was around the same as Yun Tianhe's, but Chen Bingyu was very low-key and rarely showed her face, so most students did not recognize her. Chen Bingyu had been a consecrator of the Nangong family in her early years, so she had quite a bit of relationship with the Nangong family. She was very strong, and out of all the experts in Central State City, perhaps only Shen Fenghu could defeat her. This kind of powerful person, she actually wanted to join Qilin Hall? Nangong Yun was shocked and her heart suddenly trembled. She looked very careless on the surface, but she was actually very careful and had a sense of propriety. She was well aware of Chen Bingyu's abilities. If this person joined Qilin Hall, it would be hard to avoid being connected to miracle commerce. If Chen Bingyu and miracle commerce were tied together, then miracle commerce's influence in Central State would increase greatly. Wasn't Chu Tian always laying the foundation for miracle commerce to move to Central State? He had already won over the Central State Yun family. If he added in Chen Bingyu's support, then the situation would be completely different. Although Qilin Hall is full, Aunt Chen is not an outsider, so I think I can make an exception. You can be assured, I'll talk to the leader. He will definitely let you in. Moreover, I'll directly raise you to a high-level member, giving you the qualifications to listen to the high-level classes. Really? This was truly great. Chen Bingyu's heart finally calmed down. Chen Bingyu's face was filled with excitement as she said, "All right. I'll have to trouble you with this matter. I'll definitely thank you in the future." "Hi, what are we talking about?" Nangong Yun pulled Chen Bingyu and said, "Let's take a look inside first." "All right." Chen Bingyu's heart was filled with joy. Nangong Yun's confident appearance meant that her position in Qilin Hall was not low, so entering Qilin Hall was already in the bag. This was great. She had to listen to the entire class. Ever since she had attended Qilin Hall's class, her heart had been itching like a cat. She did not want to wait another day. She first went in with Nangong Yun to take a look. Chen Bingyu was also very interested in the phonograph and the magnetic sound discs. When the two of them were about to enter Qilin Hall, suddenly, Chen Bingyu's expression changed. "This is bad. There are spirit energy fluctuations." Before Nangong Yun could react, there was a large explosion and Qilin Hall was covered in flames. There were several explosions that created a strong shockwave from the center of the hall. The hall was not that big, so how could it withstand several explosions? It was blown to pieces on the spot and it completely collapsed. "Damn!" Nangong Yun angrily said, "Which bastard did this?" Zhao Kuan, Wang Meng, and the other Qilin Hall elders were running away with ashen faces. Each of them had injuries on their bodies. This is bad. Someone launched a sneak attack. Not only did they steal the phonograph and all the discs, they even destroyed the hall. Nangong Yun flew into a rage. "Bastards!" 3-4 figures charged out of the hall and ran in different directions. "Stop them!" Nangong Yun anxiously shouted. These fellows had not only destroyed the hall, they had also stolen the phonograph and the discs. These were the core secrets of the hall and miracle commerce. These sneak attackers all had high cultivations, each of them had reached the triple awakened soul realm. If they wanted to escape, even Nangong Yun would not be able to stop them. At this moment, a terrifying cold wave filled with an earth-shattering rage was suddenly released. It filled the entire world as if winter had suddenly arrived, making everyone feel a chill. That monstrous, raging killing intent swept out like a volcanic eruption. Chapter 148. Chen Bingyu's heart was filled with excitement. She thought that after joining Qilin Hall, she would be able to learn the knowledge she yearned for. She could not wait another day. However, it had to be at this time. Qilin Hall had been destroyed by someone, destroyed Qilin Hall's equipment, and stolen from Qilin Hall. How could she not be angry? How could she not be angry? Chen Bingyu's nickname was the Ice Queen. Even the headmaster was a bit afraid of her because Chen Bingyu had an eccentric personality. Her methods were cold and ruthless, and adding in her high cultivation base, she did not fear anyone in Central State City. Although she did not belong to any power, no one dared to offend her. This time, the three great families had hit the tip of the spear. A cold spirit energy was released along with a heaven-piercing killing intent. It was enough to freeze the earth, freeze living beings, and freeze souls. This was a storm that came from a distant cold land. It came so suddenly and so abruptly that no one was prepared for it. It instantly swept through several miles of space. The moisture in the air froze and turned into countless ice flowers that danced in the sky. With Chen Bingyu as the center, the cold wave spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye. It spread out in all directions and the ground was covered in ice. The already ruined training hall and flames were instantly extinguished. At the same time, it was covered in a layer of ice. In an instant, a cold winter descended upon the earth. Several masked people were covered in a layer of white frost and it was hard for them to even move. What? This strength, she is. When the cold wave arrived, facing this incomparably strong strength, they did not have the slightest ability to resist. The two sides were not on the same level. They only had one thought: escape. But they had angered Chen Bingyu. Could they still escape? Chen Bingyu was covered in white spirit energy as she flew into the air. The invisible spirit energy surrounded her body and gradually condensed into octagonal snowflakes. This was a source spirit. A snowflake source spirit. The snowflakes were not created by a cultivation technique, but rather by Chen Bingyu's source spirit. There were all kinds of source spirits that appeared in southern Xia, but a snowflake source spirit had never been heard of before. This was because the appearance of a source spirit reflected the lethality of the source spirit. The tiger source spirit's lethality was definitely stronger than the wild cat source spirit, and the wolf source spirit's lethality was definitely stronger than the wolf dog source spirit. The more dangerous the source spirit was, the stronger the source spirit was. Snowflakes gave people a feeling of being light, as if they were harmless things, so as a cultivator with an essence soul, how strong could they be? Now, the power that Chen Bingyu displayed had completely subverted everyone's understanding. The sparkling and translucent octagonal snowflakes were crystal clear, flawless, and as beautiful as a work of art. From few to many, from sparse to dense. Finally, millions of snowflakes gathered together, forming a long ice dragon that circled around Chen Bingyu. Snow and snow cover the sun. Chen Bingyu waved her hands. Millions of snowflakes erupted like a storm. Every snowflake shot out at a speed that was hard to discern with the naked eye. These snowflakes turned into sharp and deadly darts that instantly covered the masked people. There were too many of them, too fast, and too dense. There was no way for them to dodge at all. The snowflakes tore through their protective spirit energy and a terrifying strength entered their bodies, filling their organs and seeping into their limbs. Each large snowflake was made of millions of smaller snowflakes, so when they entered their bodies, the snowflakes scattered and continued to wildly pass through their meridians, making them feel as if they were being cut by 10,000 blades. Ah, stop. Several cultivators did not even have time to cry out before they were brutally killed on the spot. The last one was still running for his life. His cultivation was close to the fourth awakened soul layer, so he could resist for a long time. But his body was sealed in ice and he was already heavily injured. He begged for mercy. Vice Principal Chen, please spare me. I am a consecrated member of the Chu family, you can't kill me. Chu family? Even if you are a royal, you will still die. Chen Bingyu turned a deaf ear to his cries. The terrifying ice and snow energy entered his body and instantly froze his organs. The masked man was completely frozen from the inside out. He had turned into an ice sculpture. Break. Chen Yenyu waved her hands. The ice sculpture shattered into pieces, turning into countless shards that rained down. This kind of death could not be saved even by an immortal. Such a terrifying strength. The awakened soul realm was divided into 3 stages: void soul, illustrious soul, and true soul. Although they were all in the awakened soul realm, there was a very clear difference. An awakened soul realm void soul cultivator could only add in the power of their source spirit, but their source spirit itself did not have a strong killing power. An awakened soul realm illustrious soul cultivator was a step further than the former. They could release their aura, so before an illustrious soul cultivator made a move, they could use their aura to deter their opponents. A late awakened soul realm true soul cultivator was different. Their source spirit already had a terrifying strength, It could even kill experts of the same realm. This woman did not use any cultivation technique, she just used her source spirit to release a powerful strength. Her strength had definitely reached the late awakened soul realm, the true soul realm, and it was not low. The peak experts of the true soul realm could be counted on one hand in Central State. Before the consecrated member of the Chu family died, he called her Vice Principal Chen. Then her identity was on the verge of being revealed. Central State Academy's Vice Principal, a famous expert, the Ice Queen Chen Bingyu. What kind of person was Chen Bingyu? Even the mayor had to give her face, and Shen Fenghu treated her as a friend. Those unlucky fellows that died in her hands were doomed to die in vain. The three great families would not risk their lives against Chen Bingyu for one or two elders and consecrated members. Even if the three great families used their power to fight against Chen Bingyu, they would still have to pay a heavy price. This was not rational. This matter was very strange no matter how she looked at it. Nangong Yun thought of Chu Tian's strange actions today. She was not a fool, she had already guessed that this was Chu Tian's plan. He had used a borrowed knife to kill them. Chen Bingyu had been completely used by him. Otherwise, even if they had a way to kill these people, the three great families would not give up and would even have an even stronger reaction. Borrowing Chen Bingyu's hand to kill them, the result would be completely different. If the three great families wanted to counterattack, they would have to think it over. Anyways, they would have to suffer this loss. This fellow was truly as sly as a fox. Aunt Chen, why did you kill them all? Nangong Yun exaggeratedly said, they seem to be people from the three great families. Killing them will cause a lot of trouble. Chen Bingyu gave a cold snort and said, I'm not afraid of the three great families. They were killed by me, so as long as I'm here, they won't dare do anything to you. Let's go and see if there are any losses. The Qilin Hall had been completely destroyed. This is bad. The phonograph and discs have all been destroyed. Several dozen discs were brought back from the corpses. These discs were covered in a thick layer of ice and most of them had been shattered by the spirit energy snowflakes. Destroyed. Completely destroyed. Nangong Yun wanted to cry but had no tears. This Qilin Hall can only announce its closure. Everyone revealed a look of disbelief. What was happening? The Qilin Hall hadn't even been open for 10 days and it was actually going to close. How could this be? Although the Qilin Hall had only been open for a short period of time, everyone could not leave this place. Don't. The Qilin Hall can't be closed. Isn't it just a broken house? At worst we can just raise money to rebuild it. That's right, I'm willing to give 100,000. I'll give 200,000. Everyone rushed to raise money. As long as the Qilin Hall didn't close, they were willing to give a bit more money. After all, the Qilin Hall was just too important to them. In just a few short days, they felt like they had been reborn. What if they cultivated in the Qilin Hall for a month, half a year, or even longer? We can't close it. The most anxious person here was not the normal students, but rather Chen Bingyu. Chen Bingyu was a late-stage awakened soul realm expert. Her strength could be considered a first-rate expert in southern Xia. She was respected by tens of thousands of people and had power and wealth at her fingertips, but to Chen Bingyu, these were just worldly possessions that had no use at all. Chen Bingyu was well aware of the bottleneck she was facing. Studying in the Qilin Hall was her only chance. If she missed it, there would be no more. Nangong Yun's eyes turned. If the phonograph is destroyed, we can rebuild it. If the magnetic sound disk is destroyed, we can record it again. Of course, if the house collapses, we can repair it again. But now that the three great families want to make a move against us, I'm afraid. Chen Bingyu directly said, I am willing to personally oversee the Qilin Hall. As long as I am here, they will not dare act rashly here. Good. Nangong Yun's heart was filled with joy and a trace of craftiness flashed in her eyes. With Aunt Chen's support, how could the Qilin Hall not open? How about this? I'll go back and discuss it with the boss. We'll buy a new place and equipment and we'll open the training hall in 10 days. Everyone was filled with joy. As long as the Qilin Hall didn't close, it was good. Nangong Yun waved her hand, everyone can go back. As compensation for the temporary closing of the training hall, We will be selling phonographs in the near future to make it more convenient for everyone to study. The phonographs were going to be sold. This was truly great. Everyone revealed looks of pleasant surprise as they left in satisfaction. That night, Nangong Yun excitedly raised her cup to congratulate Chu Tian. Your foresight is like that of a god. Not only will it solve the problem of the Qilin Hall, it will also create a strong enemy for the three great families, and it will also give miracle commerce a strong backer. This is truly killing two birds with one stone. Actually, this plan was quite risky. Although Chu Tian had set up a trap, if Chen Bingyu had made a move without any explanation, then the plan would not have been able to proceed. Chen Bingyu and Nangong Yun's relationship was something that Chu Tian did not know before, so Chen Bingyu did not destroy the training hall as soon as she arrived. This gave Chu Tian a chance to win her over. Chu Tian revealed a faint smile, but speaking of this Chen Bingyu is your elder and has a deep relationship with your family. Using her as a spear, don't you feel guilty? Guilty, my ass. This was all done by you, so don't even think of putting it on me in the future. Nangong Yun drank the wine jug in one gulp. Moreover, are you using Auntie Chen as a spear? This is giving her a clear path and using this chance to let her join Miracle Commerce. I think that in a few years, she won't even have the time to thank us. Otherwise, if we don't use her, how could we have such a good chance? Isn't that right? Ha, ha, it's good that you can think like this. As for the reopening of the Qilin Hall, how are your preparations? This place makes too much money and we'll lose several million if we're late by a day. There's no rush for now. I'm currently discussing with the Yun family and they'll give us the new headquarters of the Yun sect. In the Yun sect's headquarters, there are laboratories, training fields, and all kinds of equipment. Our Qilin Hall does not just need to teach, we also need to create a comprehensive training base. Cooperating with the Yun sect is a win-win situation. Nangong Yun's eyes lit up. This was a very good thing. The new Qilin Hall would be built in the Yun sect and they would have the Yun sect's mature research resources, increasing their safety. Even if the three great families were itching with hatred, wouldn't they still be a bit afraid of the Yun family's influence? After all, the Yun family was as famous as the three of them. If the Yun sect and Qilin Hall cooperated, they would naturally benefit from it. It would allow the Yun sect's influence to grow, which was a win-win situation. Calculating the time, the young miss should be in the main city soon and the arrangements here should be done. It's about time to open up Central State. After not seeing them for so many days, I've missed them quite a bit. I wonder how they've been recently. Nangong Yun gave a soft snort and was actually a bit unhappy. It's only been a few days. When I came to Central State by myself, I didn't see you miss me at all. Nangong Yun actually said this kind of thing. Chu Tian was also a bit stunned. Do you still need to miss me? With this kind of personality and strength, who can move against you? Chu Tian said against his heart. Who said that? Of course I miss you. I think of you 3-5 times every day before I go to sleep. Woo. So nauseating. Nangong Yun's face turned red for the first time and she quickly changed the topic. Even if elder sister Qingwu and little sister Yingying have left, it will still take several days for them to arrive. The Central State trials are about to begin and only a small portion of outsiders are allowed to participate. I see that you have nothing better to do, so why don't you go test your skills? Chu Tian had already heard about this matter from Yun Yao and Yun Xiao. I have this kind of garlic. Chu Tian slowly stood up. No matter what, the Chu, Luo, and Yi families have destroyed my training hall, so I have to personally take revenge. Moreover, the young miss is coming, so I have to give her a proper welcome ceremony. Nangong Yun said with an arrogant expression, you can't beat me right now, so let me do this. I can't beat you? You don't believe me? Just wait and see. I'll see you on the stage. What Nangong Yun said was the truth. Chu Tian was at the peak first awakened soul layer and Nangong Yun was at the peak second awakened soul layer. Their defensive cultivation technique was the Starlight Immortal Body and their cultivation speed was about the same. The difference between the second awakened soul layer and the first awakened soul layer was like heaven and earth. So in terms of defensive power, Chu Tian lost by a large amount. Nangong Yun also had a god-level source spirit, so her battle strength was very abnormal. She had the ability to jump levels to fight. Looking at it like this, Chu Tian did not have a high chance of beating her. However, he was being provoked so blatantly. How could Chu Tian endure this? If he didn't teach her a lesson, she wouldn't know who was boss. He gave the money to Yun Yarrow that night and had her by the source stone. Chu Tian did not want Yun Yarrow to run errands, but that thing was too expensive. If a nameless rogue cultivator were to spend a large amount of money to buy it, it would inevitably attract attention. So it was best to have Yun Yarrow do it. He had earned quite a bit of money in this period of time, but after spending several tens of millions on the source stone and paying the Tianchen Chamber of Commerce's construction fees, he only had a few gold coins left. Money was just a worldly possession. It was a tool to reach a goal and a necessary tool. As long as he could get a return after spending it, it was fine. Chapter 149. The Central State 4 Academies tournament had begun. In this era where entertainment methods were lacking, this kind of pinnacle competition, where powerhouses collided, shocking and exciting, and where dark horses often made a comeback, was enough to make the commoners crazy and obsessed, turning it into a carnival and feast. The contestants for the great competition were normally from Central State Academy. The 4 academies would select 5 groups of the most elite teams, adding up to a total of 20 groups of over 100 people. They would go through the preliminaries, the ranking competition, and the challenge competition before choosing the top 6. This year, the headmaster suddenly decided to allow 2 groups of youths from Central State to compete against the geniuses and elites of Central State Academy. The entire Central State city was stirred. There were several hundred people that came to sign up. With the nature of this competition, injuries and deaths were common. It was just for the youths to show themselves and build a good reputation for their families, but it was not worth it for the large families to send out their best geniuses. It would also not make these rogue cultivators go crazy. Just like the South Sky City Summit competition, it looked like a normal competition on the surface, but it was actually related to the division of benefits. The Central State Great Competition was also like this, and it had to be explained from the history of Central State City. 350 years ago. This was a desolate area that had been abandoned for thousands of years. When it was discovered by Southern Shia, it quickly rose up and became the main city of Central State. Other than this superior location, the main reason was that there was a very prosperous ancient city here. Although the ancient city had disappeared, there were many secret areas left behind. The most famous one was an ancient trial tower that was now called the Central State Tower. There was no way to verify when the Central State Tower was built. This was because the scholars had found that the Central State Tower was even older than the ancient ruins. This also meant that the trial tower had already existed thousands of years before the ancient city was built. This trial tower was the reason for the ancient city's formation. The Central State Tower opened once every 5 years and the participants could not be over 30 years old. The number of people that could participate in the trial could not exceed 10. The 4 great families could obtain 1 spot and the rest would be decided by Central State Academy. The goal of the Central State Great Competition was to compete for the right to participate in the trial. The headmaster Feng Yunhu changing the rules was not in accordance with the rules, but adding 2 groups of people did not have a large impact on the competition. The large families expressed that they could accept it and the citizens did not have any objections. The more people there were, the livelier it was and there were more variables. Chu Tian did not have much interest in the Central State Tower's trial. However, he could use this chance to slap the faces of the 3 great families and at the same time announce to Central State City, "I, Chu Tian, have come." This was enough to form the motivation for Chu Tian to participate. However, when Chu Tian registered as an ordinary rogue cultivator, he encountered a problem. The participating teams had to be made up of 6 people. It was impossible for a single person to register. At this moment, hundreds of rogue cultivators and cultivators from small clans had gathered at the registration location, hoping to try their luck. There was a sea of people, it was very crowded, they were all young awakened soul realm cultivators, there was no lack of people looking for a team. When did awakened soul cultivators become so worthless? These people weren't even 30 years old, so they could be said to be very young. Some of them were secretly groomed by sects and underground factions, while others were exceptionally talented wandering cultivators. Chu Tian searched for a while. There was a team that attracted his attention. They were all at the second awakened soul layer, and each of them had a fierce aura around them. It was clear that they were all experienced people. The leader was a one-eyed man that wasn't even 30 years old. He held a green dragon crescent blade and had a thick beard. He was very eye-catching in the crowd. Isn't that the green dragon blade Chi Ba? He is a famous person in the mercenary world. I never thought that even he would come to participate. This is going to be fun to watch. Everyone was discussing with each other. They were afraid of the person holding the green dragon blade. This person's strength was clearly very strong. This was the strongest team present. It was a coincidence that they were missing one person. Chu Tian had the idea of joining, so he went up to express his intentions. First awakened soul layer? With just this bit of strength, you still want to join our team? We are aiming for the top 10, aren't you just holding us back with just this bit of strength? Take advantage of father's anger, quickly scram for me, otherwise I'll break your legs. This was the so-called reputation of a person. A first awakened soul layer cultivator that wasn't even 20 years old and didn't have any fame. Of course these people would look down on him. They were looking down on him again. Why were there so many people in this world that looked down on others? Chu Tian said, if anyone thinks I'm not qualified, then we can have a competition. Brat, do you not understand human language? We said we don't want it. Chi Ba said in a firm voice, scram. The little fox unhappily called out to Chu Tian, telling Chu Tian to teach them a lesson. Actually Chu Tian had this thought, but before he could make a move, a voice came from behind him. Chi Ba is so powerful. Chi Ba's expression instantly changed. It's you too. What, you want to join in this mess? Two energetic young men walked over. Isn't this the Underworld Twin Heroes? The Underworld Mercenary Group is a newly formed mercenary group, but they have already established quite a bit of fame in Central State City. These two are the founders of the Underworld Mercenary Group. Not only are they young, they also have great skills. Even the Ye family extended an olive branch to them, but it's a pity they rejected them. The two young mercenaries looked at Chu Tian without any objections. Ah, it's you. The three of them were stunned at the same time. The two young mercenaries were not strangers, they were actually Lin Mu and Fang Han. Back in Yellowstone City, Chu Tian had saved their lives. Chu Tian's lips curled into a faint smile. I haven't seen you in a long time, it seems like your strength has increased by quite a bit. The two of them gave an awkward smile. Not at all, it's all thanks to you. Chi Ba was speechless and everyone stared at each other with wide eyes. These two young people were the rising stars of the Central State mercenary world, but they were actually this respectful in front of this nameless youth. Why was this? Chu Tian suddenly had a new idea. You guys don't seem to have enough people, why don't we form a team, what do you think? Lin Mu and Fang Han were overjoyed. This is really great. Chi Ba, you really are a fucking idiot. If this brat joins your team, the two of us would have no chance of winning. Isn't the situation the exact opposite? Chi Ba's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. Lin Mu, Fang Han, you two have been in the limelight recently. I have long been displeased with you guys. I want to use the competition as an opportunity to teach you a lesson. Lesson? Then you'll have to have the ability to do so. We'll see. There were 3 people in a team of 6. They were still missing 3 people. Who should they find? Lu Ren. Just as Chu Tian was in a dilemma, a very magnetic female voice came over. It was an extremely beautiful woman dressed in palace attire. She was tall and had a noble temperament, her eyebrows were like a painting, her beauty could topple a city, and she had a classical and gentle feeling of a noble lady, causing people to unconsciously have a breathtaking feeling. Really strange. Chu Tian did not remember ever coming in contact with this beautiful woman. What, you don't recognize me? This beautiful woman's voice was very magnetic, making Chu Tian feel a trace of familiarity. He suddenly thought of something and revealed a surprised expression. You're Katie. Although her appearance was different from before, her temperament and voice were the same. This person was not someone else, it was the Katie he had met in the black market. Because I'm outside, it's not convenient to show my face. I hope Brother Lu doesn't mind. Foam Katie revealed a faint smile. I'm called Feng Kadi. Chu Tian nodded and said, I can understand. Brother Lu, I never thought I would meet you here. A young man walked up. Of course, Chu Tian knew this person. Wasn't this Xiong Hu, who had traveled with him before? At this moment, Xiong Hu's aura had become a lot stronger. It was clear he had gained a lot in this time. He had now become an awakened soul cultivator. Other than Feng Kadi and Xiong Hu, there was also a youth here. This person was very young. He was around the same age as Chu Tian. He was around 16 to 17 years old. He had a head of long blue hair, wearing a gorgeous robe, and his face was filled with pride. When Lin Mu and Fang Han heard Feng Kadi's name, they were both shocked. Wasn't she Shen Fengho's daughter? Feng Kadi was very famous in Central State. The main reason was because of her innate clear meridian. The dignified Shen Fengho's only daughter was actually a cripple, not to mention Central State City. Even in southern Xia, this was a strange story. What was even more surprising was that Feng Yuntian still regarded his daughter as a pearl in his palm. The resources the Feng family invested in her, it was comparable to the 4 young masters. Because of this, the Feng family was not inferior to the 4 great families, they even had more power. The experts of the younger generation were only the Central State 4 young masters, there was no Feng family member. This made the Feng family fall into a very awkward situation. Xiong Hu has already been accepted as my father's disciple, and this is my younger cousin, Feng Qingyun. The 3 of us are here to participate in the great competition, and I can see that you're here to participate as well. You have 3 people and we have 3 people, so why don't we team up? The great competition required 6 people to form a team. Now that Chu Tian had 3 people and Feng Kadi had also brought 3 people, wouldn't it be just right for the 6 of them to form a team? Chu Tian did not even have time to speak. The strength of these 2 mercenaries is not bad, they have the qualifications to join our team. Feng Qingyun gave a cold snort and looked at Chu Tian with disdain. As for you? Too weak. Leave by yourself. Feng Kadi couldn't help feeling a bit angry. I won't allow you to insult my friend. Insult? Did I insult him? I only spoke the truth. The weak should have the awareness of the weak. Even those dirty mercenaries don't want him to join us. What qualifications does he have to join us? If he doesn't have the strength, then why is he joining us? This kind of competition is not something he should come to. Feng Qingyun's face was filled with arrogance as he said to Chu Tian in a provocative manner, You're not convinced? How about we have a fight? Shut up. Feng Kadi knew her cousin's personality and knew that this cousin was not simple. She quickly stood in front of Feng Qingyun. Did you forget what my father said? I'm the one leading the team today, so everything is up to me. If I say he can join, then he can join. Humph, I knew that you would bring up Shen Fenghu again. You can only rely on your father for the rest of your life. Feng Qingyun crossed his arms and walked away with an unhappy expression. But since you've brought up Shen Fenghu to suppress me, then you can do whatever you want. It's just another foil. Feng Kadi stood there with an awkward expression. Chapter 150. Feng Qingyun had a cultivation technique to hide his aura. If Chu Tian did not open his mind's eye, he could not feel the other side's strength. But with this kind of arrogant attitude, not even giving Feng Kadi any face, he should have some qualifications to be arrogant. Feng Qingyun and Feng Kadi were members of the Feng family and not Central State Academy students. The reason they could participate in this competition was because of the family's rules. From this matter, it could be seen that the dean's rules were not changed for their own family. The Feng family must have placed high hopes on these 2 people. Feng Kadi said with a helpless expression, Qingyun is my second uncle's son. He has been studying abroad for the past few years and has come back to participate in this competition. He has never had any good impressions of me since he was young and even had many misunderstandings towards me. So when he saw that you have a good relationship with me, it was hard to avoid making things difficult for him. He was just a brat that was still wet behind the ears. Although his words were somewhat insulting, as long as it was not too excessive, out of respect for Feng Kadi, Chu Tian would not care about it like a child. The 6 of them formed a group. Feng Kadi became the leader of the group and signed up for the competition. Now that the competition was underway, the groups would fight against each other and the group that won would fight in the next round. Only 2 groups would participate in the competition. There were over 10 participating groups and they were all famous rogue cultivators and mercenaries in Central State City. The Central State Academy's decision to change the rules was too sudden and the news had not yet spread to the various cities and towns. The outsiders could not come to Central State City to participate in the competition. Everyone began to draw lots to decide their opponents. Foam Cady's team against the Taurus team. The first opponent was a group of mercenaries and rogue cultivators. There were several small mercenary group leaders, so they should have some strength. Foam Cady was filled with confidence. Let me go. Chu Tian could feel that Foam Cady's strength was above the second awakened soul layer. In terms of cultivation base, she was several levels higher than Chu Tian. Foam Cady was Shen Fenghu and Foam Yuntian's daughter, so the cultivation resources she had were not something rogue cultivators could compare to. Dang! The copper type was struck. The competition had officially begun. Kill. The 6 members of the Golden Bull team all awakened the power of their source spirits and charged out from different directions. All kinds of fierce attacks rained down like rain. Foam Cady was calm and unhurried. Like an illusory butterfly, her delicate body turned into an after-image as she continuously moved horizontally and flashed. Her speed was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. The Taurus mercenaries couldn't even touch the corner of her clothes. What a powerful movement technique! While the Taurus team was shocked, they also had a bad feeling. Foam Cady's legs lightly leaped up like a graceful bird soaring into the sky. Green essence force blossomed out and lingered around her body. Creak! In an instant, a clear ringing sound rang out. A massive green bird rushed out of Foam Cady's body. This bird was incredibly majestic, and its body was covered with mysterious runes. A noble and extraordinary aura covered the entire area, and that intense pressure caused the Taurus team's people to continuously retreat. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes. The Azure Phoenix of Wind? It really is a good source spirit. Blue Luan. A legendary creature, she has a source spirit close to the god level. The Taurus team never would have thought that they would meet such a terrifying opponent in the first round. The 6 of them were only at the first awakened soul layer and their source spirits were only at the mid to low level. Not to mention Foam Cady was already at the peak second awakened soul layer. Even if she was at the first awakened soul layer like them, with the increase in strength from the Blue Luan source spirit, she would be able to fight against the 6 of them. The Taurus team was not willing to lose like this. Let's go all out. Foam Cady's hands came together, sweeping wind. The Blue Luan suddenly turned into countless strands of pure blue spirit energy. Under Foam Cady's control, the spirit energy began to spin at a high speed, forming a terrifying spirit energy storm. In the end, it turned into a huge green tornado and swept towards the 6 people. This is bad. Run. How could these people run faster than the wind? The tornado rushed over with overwhelming speed and power. Before the 6 of them could resist, they were swallowed by the tornado on the spot. They were lifted high into the air and completely lost their ability to resist. In the end, they were thrown out of the arena. Foam Cady had a sense of propriety. Although she had defeated the 6 of them, she did not harm them at all. We're convinced. Young Miss Foam's strength is truly strong. The 6 of them were convinced of their loss. Although Foam Cady was a peak second awakened soul layer cultivator, with the power of the Blue Luan source spirit, she could even fight a triple awakened soul cultivator. This Central State City waste young miss, when did she become this strong? The surrounding spectators all stared with wide eyes. Cultivation base, cultivation technique, and source spirit, they were all first class. Was this still Foam Cady? It took the audience a long time to recover before they burst into applause and cheers. Good. Good fight. Foam Cady stood on the stage and looked around at the people cheering for her. The excitement and emotion in her heart could not be described with words. No one could understand the pressure Foam Cady was under. She was the only daughter of Shen Fenghu and Foam Yuntian. In order to raise Foam Cady, the Foam family had spent a lot of resources. However, Foam Cady had an innately blocked meridian and could not cultivate at all. Everything the Foam family did, not only did they not gain anything, they became the laughingstock of Central State City. Foam Cady had grown up in this kind of ridicule. The reason she could hold her head high today was all because of the unknown youth behind her. It could be said that Chu Tian had given her a new lease on life. Foam Qingyun's eyes were filled with darkness. I never thought that this vase would have a day where she could turn things around. The second match began. On this side, it was still Foam Cady who came out and easily won without any suspense. Foam Cady had been cultivating all kinds of unique cultivation techniques of Shen Fenghu since she was young. From defense to offense, from movement to strange techniques, there was nothing she didn't learn. When she was in the body refinement realm, these cultivation techniques could not be used at all. However, once she entered the awakened soul realm, the cultivation techniques she had cultivated for many years would naturally reach the realm of mastery. Because of this, Foam Cady's overall strength was very strong. Now that she had awakened the powerful blue Luan Source Spirit and obtained a strong amplification effect, even if she fought against someone with a triple awakened soul, she would still be able to fight. With Chu Tian's current strength, he did not have a 100% chance of winning against an opponent with a triple awakened soul. So with Foam Cady's current strength, she definitely had the qualifications to participate in the final battle of the Great Games. This was a seeded player with a lot of potential. Round after round, Foam Cady's various cultivation techniques appeared one after another, constantly shocking everyone present. As for the other members of Foam Cady's team, they did not even have a chance to make a move. Finally, the selections reached the final round. Now, among the remaining 4 groups, there would only be one more victory before the preliminaries would end. The 2 groups that won would be the ones to enter the official competition. Team Foam Cady against Team Chi Ba. The crowd went into an uproar. Foam Cady's strength had already been displayed without a doubt. But Chi Ba's team was not a normal group. Not only were they all experts at the second awakened soul layer, they were all experts with profound cultivation techniques and battle experience. This was truly a strong battle that everyone was looking forward to, but Chi Ba's team had ugly expressions on their faces. This was because even if the 6 of them worked together, they did not have a high chance of winning against Foam Cady. Not to mention that Foam Cady's team had Lin Mu and Fang Han, these 2 rising stars of the mercenary world. So their chances of winning this competition were very slim. Chi Ba said with a serious expression, "There is only one way for us to win. If they send out a single person again. If the 6 of us can defeat Foam Cady, then the others won't be a threat at all. That's right. Let's do it like this." From the momentum that Foam Cady had accumulated, she would most likely choose to fight alone. If the 6 of them worked together to deal with her, then they would have a chance of winning. When the 6 of them had thought of a strategy. "You've worked hard." Chu Tian pulled out the Netherworld sword with a shua sound. He walked past Foam Cady and walked to the center of the stage. "This time it's my turn to exercise my muscles." Foam Qingyun gave a cold snort and said with a face filled with ridicule, "You're just a trivial first body refinement layer waste, yet you want to fight 6 second awakened soul layer cultivators. Are you prepared to disgrace yourself?" Foam Cady's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. "Lu Ren, I know you're not weak. But they're all second awakened soul layer cultivators. I don't have any confidence in winning." "You." Foam Cady knew that this Lu Ren was very strong. In the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb, how many fierce characters had fallen to his hands? But that was in the ancient tomb and he was affected by the restriction. Chu Tian was only a 9th body refinement layer cultivator at that time. How long had it been since then? Chu Tian had stepped into the awakened soul realm, but he should have just broken through. Without any restriction, he wanted to challenge 6 experienced second awakened soul layer cultivators. It wasn't that Foam Cady didn't believe in his strength, but it was hard to imagine. Foam Qingyun coldly said, "I don't think you guys can do it, let me do it." Chu Tian ignored Foam Qingyun and said to Foam Cady, "Relax. It's fine." After saying this, he ignored Foam Qingyun's gloomy face and walked forward. Chi Ba's expression turned sluggish. "Why is it a waste like you?" Another person said with a smile, "This brat was rejected by our team, but he really has some dogshit luck. He held on to young Miss Foam Cady's thigh and actually made it to the last round. I advise you not to ask for trouble. Quickly scram. Let young Miss Feng personally come. Another member of Chi Ba's team said, could it be that the mighty young Miss Feng is suddenly afraid, so she sent this waste to help you test the waters? Chu Tian shook his head and said, 1/ per person. Chi Ba was stunned. What did you say? Chu Tian did not explain and slowly raised his sword. On the surface of the blade, there was a blue and white flame that ignited. There's something fishy about this brat. Go. Take care of him. Chi Ba's group of 6 prepared to make a move. Hong. The Netherworld sword released a giant flame that instantly swallowed Chu Tian's body. When the flames around him dissipated, Chu Tian had already disappeared. Where did he go? Why did he disappear? The 6 of them did not even have time to be shocked. Shua. A burning sword glow slashed down with an unstoppable force. Ah! The weapon and armor of the person in front shattered and his protective spirit energy was as weak as paper. The Netherworld ghost flame covered his body and he cried out in fear. He quickly rolled on the ground trying to extinguish the flame. The Netherworld flame was not a normal flame, how could it be easily extinguished? The more he struggled, the stronger the flame became. He only saw the sword glow. He could not see the person. This was the style of an assassination cultivation technique. Chi Ba never would have thought that this ordinary-looking youth would actually have this kind of cultivation technique. Assassination cultivation techniques were strange and unpredictable, so it was very hard to practice them. Normally speaking, assassination cultivation techniques were very strong, but they could not last long. However, what made Chi Ba's blood run cold was that after this youth sent out a slash, he did not reveal himself. Shua. Not even a second had passed. A burning sword glow appeared at the back of the team and another member was hit. His weapon and armor shattered at the same time and the Netherworld flame ignited his protective spirit energy, instantly turning him into half a man on fire. Too fast. He did not even have time to think. Shua, 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 Shua. He could only hear several sharp sounds breaking through the air. Chi Ba could not even lock onto the youth's shadow. When the strong sword glows slashed down, the weapons in his hands were cut in half and his armor was cut to pieces. Clearly, the youth was being merciful. If he really wanted to kill them, they would have died 10 times over. When the 6 of them were easily defeated, Chu Tian raised his long sword and calmly walked out. Do you still want to fight? Aye. We admit defeat. They never would have dreamed of this. This youth had such a strong strength. They were truly blind at that time. If they had recruited this kind of person into their team, even if they met Feng Kadi's team, they would still have a large chance of winning. Regret. Helplessness. Shame. Chi Ba and the others wished they could find a hole to hide in. They felt a trace of respect for this seemingly ordinary youth. The 6 of them had humiliated him, but this youth did not take the chance to kill them. This kind of breadth of mind was not something normal people had. Thank you for being merciful. We are sincerely convinced. We apologize for our stupid actions. Chi Ba and the others gave a sigh and left the stage. How could they know that Chu Tian was disdainful of arguing with them? That would be too degrading. The battle had ended in less than 10 seconds and the audience could not understand what had happened. Feng Kadi was secretly shocked in her heart. When Chu Tian was in the 9th body refinement layer, he could use his strong defense and source spirit to challenge a first awakened soul layer cultivator, but now his strength was even stronger than before. He had not used his full strength in this battle. Chu Tian's sword source spirit that was not inferior to a god-level sword spirit had not been used and he had not used his strong defensive cultivation technique. So in this battle, he had not even used 50% of his strength. This unpredictable sword art, adding on the incomparably tyrannical defensive power, as well as the amplification from his source spirit, most third awakened soul layer cultivators would not be his opponent. He really was worthy of being him, he did not disappoint them. When Feng Qingyun saw the power Chu Tian had revealed, his brows slightly jumped up, but he quickly calmed down. So what if you have 2 skills? You won't be able to enter the finals with this kind of strength. Do you think that any random cat or dog can enter the central state trial? He seemed to purposely speak loudly so that Chu Tian, who had just returned, could hear him. Chu Tian knit his brows. What grudges this fellow had with Feng Kadi, Chu Tian did not care. This was their family's matter, but no matter how deep their grudges were, there was still a perpetrator for every debt. What kind of skill was it to take it out on others? Chu Tian was giving Feng Cady face, so he did not lower himself to his level. This repeated provocation, he was not putting father in his eyes at all. Chapter 151. Chu Tian still had a calm appearance on the surface, but a cold glow flashed in the depths of his eyes. Your Excellency is very confident in your own strength. I don't dare, but it's more than enough to take care of you. Feng Qingyun did not give him any face at all as he continued to provoke him. What, you're not convinced? I'll give you a chance to challenge me. How about I let you have 10 moves first? He was provoking him to this degree. Did Chu Tian still want to pretend to be a grandson? Feng Cady saw that the situation was not right and quickly stood in between the two of them. Qingyun, that's enough. If you have any dissatisfaction, come at me. Why do you keep making things hard for my friend? How could I dare? You have a Shun Fenghu as your father, Feng Qingyun said in a strange voice and then looked over at Chu Tian, a piece of trash that relies on a woman to protect him. It's fine if I don't make a move. After saying this, he arrogantly walked past Chu Tian. Feng Cady had an apologetic expression as she said to Chu Tian, Brother Lu, please don't mind him. Qingyun has been sent away by the family to cultivate for several years and has only recently returned to the central state main city. It's said that he had quite a bit of harvest, so it's best if you don't directly clash with him. Chu Tian did not even give Chu Xinghe any face. What did this brat count for? But Chu Tian was very curious as he said, why is your cousin's relationship not good at all? Feng Cady revealed a helpless expression, I do feel guilty towards him. Oh. Chu Tian was a little interested, what's going on? You know that I had an innately terminated meridian, so there was no value in raising me. It's only because of my father that the family still threw the best resources on me, wasting countless precious resources for nothing. However, they didn't achieve the desired results. If it wasn't for me, these resources would have been used on Qingyun. With his talent, he would not be any worse than the 4 young masters. Because of these things, he's holding a grudge against you. I think it's more than that. Chu Tian gave a laugh. You no longer have an innately terminated meridian, so your talent might not lose to his. The spiritual energy in your body has allowed your growth to soar. He wasn't giving you a good look because he was jealous and fearful. This kind of person is too narrow-minded and won't achieve much. You don't have to feel guilty, it's not your fault. Feng Cady blushed. This is all thanks to your care. Father wishes to meet you in private. Marquis Yi's elegance has already been seen. If there is a chance, I will see it again. Who was Feng Cady's father? The answer was already on the verge of being revealed. Feng Cady was the daughter of Shen Fenghu and Feng Yuntian. Chu Tian had always wondered why Shen Fenghu would help him out. At that time, even if Chu Tian had used Yi Tianlang to force Yi Wudao to retreat, South Sky City would not have been at peace. Feng Yuntian suddenly appeared to resolve this matter, and even forbade the Ye family from setting foot in Tiannan City. This allowed Chu Tian to have a period of peace. This fellow was quite a character, he had to meet him when he had the chance. This fellow Feng Qingyun, if he knew that Feng Cady was cured by him, he would hate him even more. He would want to skin Chu Tian alive. But then again, Feng Qingyun was not weak at all. At the very least, he was not weaker than Feng Cady. Even after seeing the netherworld flickering flames' unfathomable speed and might, Feng Qingyun was still arrogant enough to give Chu Tian 10 moves. This meant that he was not simple at all. Even if Chu Tian was hiding his strength, he did not dare say that he could win against him. But he was still in the Void Soul realm, so how strong could he be? After the competition ended, 2 groups were chosen. One of the groups was naturally Chu Tian's group. The other group's strength was not bad. They were rogue cultivators in name, but they were actually retainers of large families or young geniuses of large families. Because they were young and talented, they were highly regarded by the large families and were not cultivating in Central State Academy. Didn't they say they would choose people that were not from Central State Academy? Whether it was their age or status, they all met the requirement. The competition would begin tomorrow. Chu Tian needed to make some preparations. After Chu Tian returned, He immediately went into closed-door cultivation. At this moment, in the center of the closed-door cultivation room, there was a giant stone. It was as black as ink and was made of volcanic glass. There was a jumping green flame sealed within it. Elemental Source Stone. Yun Yarrow had followed Chu Tian's request and secretly bought it here. When it came to the elemental source, the Netherworld sword couldn't help letting out a faint cry. The weapon spirit could feel the energy in the elemental source. It was very thirsty for power. Don't be anxious. I'll give it to you right now. A dark blue sword tip stabbed into the elemental source stone and the sharp sword tip stabbed into the center of the dark flame. In an instant, the giant elemental source stone began to violently tremble. On the smooth ice crystal blade, a large amount of dense runes appeared like a spider web. The Netherworld flame was not controlled by Chu Tian and it automatically spat out, turning the blade into a burning flame. Pure. Thick. An energy flowed into the Netherworld sword like a river, constantly nourishing the sword and allowing the Netherworld flame to grow. If this continued, the Netherworld flame's strength would increase by several times. What Chu Tian did not expect was that a pure spiritual energy entered his body through the sword hilt and spread through his meridians. This elemental source stone could have been left behind by a high-level elemental being, so the energy inside was very strong. When the dark and flame essences were absorbed by the Netherworld sword, a large amount of spiritual energy was left behind. This thing was useless to the sword, so it was sent to Chu Tian's body. The person raised the sword raised the person, and the person raised the sword. Chu Tian cultivated the sword art and increased the Netherworld sword's strength. When the Netherworld sword became stronger, it would also feed back to Chu Tian, increasing his strength in all aspects. Even Chu Tian did not expect this. Because the spiritual energy inside the elemental source stone was in a solidified state, it was impossible to directly extract. However, the Netherworld sword had the ability to extract it. This is great. Chu Tian would not let go of such a good chance. He immediately sat down and held the sword with both hands. He opened his meridians and absorbed the spiritual energy into his body, refining it. The amount of spiritual energy was very large. It had completely surpassed Chu Tian's imagination. Chu Tian could feel the spirit energy in his body becoming larger and larger, finally reaching a critical point. He was just a step away. This kind of once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, how could Chu Tian let it go? Do it in one go. Break through his meridian. Countless strands of new spirit energy gathered in his dantian. Chu Tian's body released a strong glow and an invisible wave of spirit energy was released. The entire room began to tremble and the walls began to crack. What's going on? Such a strong aura. Yun Yarrow had been standing guard outside the entire time. When she felt the aura coming from the room, she immediately understood that Chu Tian was about to make a breakthrough. When Yun Yarrow and Chu Tian had first met, he was just a normal ninth body refinement layer cultivator. He had already reached the second awakened soul layer in such a short period of time. This kind of speed was too fast. What made Yun Yarrow's heart tremble was that when Chu Tian broke through to the second awakened soul layer, the pressure and aura was too strong. It was not something a void soul cultivator should have. His battle strength had increased along with his cultivation. Now in the void soul realm, it would be hard to find an opponent. After around half an hour, the room gradually calmed down. Chu Tian let out a long sigh and pulled out the sword from the dawn stone. The originally jade-like dawn stone had now become like a piece of broken stone, and the origin fire within it had also been completely extinguished. The Netherworld sword released an even colder aura. This sword had been sealed in the ancient tomb for countless years and the weapon spirit had almost dried up. When Chu Tian used the new Netherworld flame to form a new weapon spirit, it was still very weak and could not display the true power of a soul-contracting weapon. This time, the weapon spirit had been fully nourished. Although it was still far from its peak, compared to before, the sword's power had increased by quite a bit. The most important thing was, Chu Tian's Netherworld flame sword had been greatly improved. From the small success realm, it had reached the mastery realm. In terms of power, it could not be compared to before. Yun Yarrow looked at him coming out. There aren't many people that can be your match in the great games. You have a chance of being the champion. Being the champion isn't enough. Chu Tian revealed a mysterious smile and swaggered out. Wasn't this brat's tone a bit too big? His tone was like the championship was already in his grasp. Although he was already in the second awakened soul layer, it was not guaranteed he would be the champion. There were many strong opponents in the Great Games. The next morning, the Central State Great Games had officially begun. The Great Games had attracted the attention of the large families in Central State, and the commoners were treating it as a grand event. The Great Games had not even begun, but the large gambling houses had already opened and the entire city was guessing who would be the champion. Chu Wufeng. Looking at the data from the large gambling houses, this person had the highest chance of winning. Chu Wufeng was Chu Xinghe's little brother and was only 5 years younger than Chu Xinghe. Other than Chu Xinghe, he was recognized by the Chu family as the most talented member of the Chu family's third generation. Chu Wufeng had just turned 21 years old and had occupied the Central State Academy Azure Dragon Courtyard for over 2 years. Of the 4 courtyards of Central State Academy, the Azure Dragon Courtyard was the strongest. Chu Wufeng could be considered the number 1 person in Central State Academy. Some people said that Chu Wufeng's greatest regret was being born in the same generation as Chu Xinghe. This was a reasonable statement. The Chu family did not have a person like Chu Xinghe, so all the resources would be given to Chu Wufeng. He could completely carry the banner of the Chu family's third generation and be on the same level as the other 4 young masters. The heavens truly blessed the Chu family. It was fine if there was a dazzling and brilliant Chu Xinghe. Now there was a super genius Chu Wufeng. It really made the other 3 families envious. Of course, everyone deliberately ignored a single person. That miraculous youth in the distant South Sky City, he was also surnamed Chu. Perhaps it was because there were too many geniuses in this generation of the Chu family. It did not matter if there was one more or one less. Up until now, the Chu family had treated him as an abandoned child. Not only did they not have any thoughts of taking him back into the family, they even wanted to kill him. This caused Chu Tian and the Chu family to have a falling out, and now they were like fire and water. Other than Chu Wufeng, Yi Hen and Luo Jinshe, these 2 were also popular candidates for the championship. Yi Hen and Luo Jinshe were not much worse than Chu Wufeng. One was the White Tiger champion and the other was the Black Tortoise champion. They were Chu Wufeng's greatest competitors in Central State Academy. The 3 of them often fought and each had their own victories and defeats. Although Chu Wufeng was slightly stronger, he did not have complete confidence in winning. If there were no accidents, the champion would be one of the 3. However, this year's competition was not normal. Because there were too many uncertain factors. It was said that the Central State Academy's Vermilion Bird Courtyard, which had been silent for many years, had a super genius that had just entered the academy for a month. This person had a source spirit, which was rare in Central State City. Just based on the strength of his source spirit, he was even stronger than the 4 young masters and could be considered to be in the god level. Other than that, the Yun family's young master that had been underestimated had suddenly erupted on the eve of the competition. As for how strong he was, it was hard to predict. Other than the Central State Academy, there were also 2 groups from outside the academy participating. One of the groups had Shen Fengho's daughter Feng Kadi Shining. She was definitely a dark horse level character that many people were looking forward to. There were experts like clouds in this competition. For the precious trial qualification, everyone would go all out and it was hard to predict the final result. Chapter 152. The Central State League venue was filled with a sea of people. It was filled with people, showing just how prosperous Central State City was. The 6 platforms were built with waist-thick hardwood, and they were separated by more than 100 feet from each other. They were arranged somewhat like a 6-point star formation, with each of the 6 corners being an arena, and the largest arena in the center. This was obviously the arena used for the final battle. There was a sea of people all around. There were several VIP areas for the various large families, but they were still empty. There was not a single family's training ground. There was a wooden sign in front of the Central State League and it had the rules of the competition written in gold characters the size of a fist, as well as the positions of the participants. Chu Tian's group of 6 were on the 1st to 6th stage. Unless they could last until the final battle, they would not meet each other in the same group. Feng Qingyun looked at the rules on the wooden sign and gave a snort as he said, "I just hope your luck is good and you can last until the finals." Chu Tian did not care at all. "My luck has always been good." The crowd around them began to boil. "The Chu family is here. That's the Chu family's head Chu Xinghe and the heavenly sword young master Chu Xinghe." The Chu family's lineup was not big, but it was very beautiful. They were all dressed like Chu family swordsmen and almost all of them were elders. Any one of them was a famous person in Central State City. Approximately 50 or so Chu clan elders, together with 100 or so Chu clan attendants, were currently escorting 2 gorgeous palanquins towards the high VIP viewing platform. Luo family, Ye family, and Yun family. The 3 great families are also here. Luo family's Luo Lianqing, Dragon Tiger young master Luo Xianglong, Ye family's Yi Wudao, Prince Qianlang Yi Qianlang, Yun family's patriarch Yun Tianhe, and Purple Lightning young master Yun Yao. It really is worthy of being the Central State City's grand meeting. The legendary figures of Central State City are all here at once. The leaders of the 4 great families and the successors of the 4 great families were all here. Central State Great General Xiong Wuji has arrived. A dark-skinned general led hundreds of elite guards into the field. Everyone looked at them with awe. The Xiong clan was the #1 general clan in Central Continent. Its status was only below the Feng clan and the 4 great clans. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. It was actually him. This was the general that Chu Tian had met once in the Black Wind stronghold. Chu Tian had a good impression of him. Although he already knew that this person's position was not low, he had never imagined that he would be the #1 person in the Central Plains military. Although his clan's influence was slightly inferior to the 4 great clans, in terms of individual strength, this General Xiong Wuji was probably not much inferior to the few patriarchs. The city lord has arrived. The president has arrived. At this moment, a series of drums sounded and a magnificent guard of honor entered the scene. A man wearing a blue city lord robe flew into the air and landed on the referee's seat. Beside the city lord was a middle-aged man dressed in Confucian robes. The 2 of them looked somewhat similar, so they were most likely brothers. Central State City Lord Feng Yunlong, Central State Academy's Principal Feng Yunhu. The 2 pillars of the Central State City Feng family, one was in charge of the city lord position and the other was in charge of the Central State Academy. At this moment, the military, political, 4 great clans, and other noble families had all arrived. The people at the top of the Central State Pyramid had all gathered here. It could be seen just how important this gathering was to Central State City. This competition was related to the Central State Trials spot. The Central State Trial was something that the youths of Central State dreamed of participating in. The Central State Tower Trial contained a large amount of wealth and treasures, including some precious ancient cultivator inheritances. Every time the trial opened, only 10 people were allowed to enter. The 4 great clans were the elders of Central State City and each family only had 1 spot. 6 spots would be decided in the Central State League and even the Feng family did not have an extra spot. After all, although the Feng family had a high status, they did not have many people and they had only been stationed in Central State City for several years. Dong, dong, dong. The golden bell was equally famous. The audience became silent. Everyone knew in their hearts that this grand gathering was about to begin. At this time, wild winds began to blow in the sky and a vast aura descended. A long laugh came from the clouds and echoed throughout the Central State League. This year's gathering is very lively. This Marquis will also join in on the fun. When everyone heard this voice, they were all shocked. The citizens all knelt down on both knees. The normal generals, magistrates, nobles, and the small and medium-sized family heads all knelt down. The 4 great family heads and 4 young masters also had to stand up to show their respect. Greetings to Shen Fenghu. Greetings to Shen Fenghu. Shen Fenghu and Feng Yuntian were wearing simple blue robes. They stepped through the air, moving 100 meters in an instant. They landed on the referee's seat and stood in front of their 2 little brothers. Everyone, no need for formalities. This marquis is only a spectator, so how the gathering is going to be carried out will be how it is. You don't need to be affected by me." Whether it was the citizens or the nobles, they all revealed looks of excitement. Shen Fenghu did not have any position, but he was the protector of Central State and one of the 8 marquises of the southern summer country. Just the name Shen Fenghu. His position was even higher than the city lords. The Feng family was a large family in Imperial City and had made great contributions in the war against the spirit beasts. When Feng Yuntian's family went to the battlefield to fight, only a few people came back alive. Feng Yuntian's military exploits were outstanding and he was given the title of Shen Fenghu. 12 years ago, he brought the rest of his family to Central State. In those fierce battles, the Feng family's true descendants had all died. Feng Yunhu and Feng Yunlong were Feng Yuntian's little brothers, but strictly speaking, they were from the other side. However, Feng Yuntian did not care about power. Not only did he support the two of them, he even wanted to give up the family head position and let their branch be the main branch. When Feng Yuntian's only daughter was found to have an innately terminated meridian, the Feng family knew it would be a waste, but they still threw in all kinds of treasures. This was the reason. It was because Feng Yuntian was the family head. He had contributed so much to the family, but he had given up all his power. How could the Feng family not treat his descendant well? At least the Feng family needed this banner. The Feng family controlled the entire Central State, but they did not have many people. However, with Shen Fenghu's strength as the strongest in Central State, there were no known experts that could compare to him. Even in the entire southern summer country, there were only a few old monsters from the 3 great families that could suppress Shen Fenghu. So it didn't matter if there were few people. Shen Fenghu's reputation was enough to suppress everything. "Greetings to elder brother. Please have a seat." Central State City Lord Feng Yunlong did not dare put on any airs in front of Shen Fenghu. Feng Yuntian was not polite as he sat in the highest seat. "Have we started?" "We'll start now." Feng Yunhu was the Central State Academy's principal, so he naturally had the responsibility of being the main referee. Let the competition begin. The golden bell was once again announced. The over 100 participants came to their respective arenas. Third arena, first round. Lu Ren against Chu Ming. Chu Tian couldn't help being stunned for a few seconds. It couldn't be, right? What a coincidence. Not only was it his turn in the first round. His opponent was actually someone surnamed Chu. Chu Tian came out. Several large characters looked over. Yun Tianhe directly stood up. "It's that brat." Chu Xinghe opened his eyes and a pair of sword-like eyes swept over him. "It's him?" Feng Yuntian of course also noticed Chu Tian. He looked over Chu Tian a few times. "This appearance-changing technique is not bad, even I can't see through it." It's no wonder he could fool so many people. Chu Ming was a retainer of the Chu family. The Chu family was a bit similar to the Yun family. If the Yun family was a family of scholars, then the Chu family was a family of martial artists. The Yun family wantonly recruited scholars from Central State and the Chu family wantonly recruited talented people. The Chu family was stronger than the Yun family, so the Chu family could provide a better treatment. Of course, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The Chu family's treatment was better, but their conditions were also very harsh. From the consecrator to the retainer, as long as they entered the Chu family, they could only change their surname to Chu. Chu Tunguen was like this. Chu Batian was like this. The young Chu Ming was also like this. Chu Ming was a very famous young genius, but because he had caught the eye of the Chu family, he was bought out by the Chu family at a high price. He could only serve the Chu family for 10 years and the Chu family had given him a top-grade cultivation technique to train him. He had now become a member of the Chu family. Chu Ming did not enter the Central State Academy. Of the 2 groups that were selected from the selections, Chu Ming was in the other group. The Chu family members revealed a satisfied look when they saw this. An elder said, "Chu Ming's talent is rare even in the Chu family." "That's right." Another elder nodded. "He is only 20 years old and has already reached the second awakened soul layer, surpassing the normal elders and high-level deacons of the Chu family. The most terrifying thing is that his swordsmanship has reached perfection." There aren't many experts at the same level that can block Chu Ming's sword. Even you and I would find it hard to block. Nonsense, our Chu family's swordsmanship is famous throughout the southern summer country. How many people can block it? This nameless rogue cultivator will lose for sure. The Chu family members were filled with confidence. Only Chu Xinghe slightly knit his brows, looking very serious. At this time, Chu Ming pulled out a curved sword and coldly stared at Chu Tian. Admit your loss. I am a member of the Chu family. A trivial rogue cultivator going against the Chu family can only lead to death. Chu Tian did not even pull out his sword as he crossed his arms. You dare say such childish words? Not to mention you are a slave of the Chu family. So what if you are a member of the Chu family? Stop wasting time and make your move. A slave of the Chu family? These words deeply hurt Chu Ming. You're seeking death. I'll help you out. Chu Ming held the curved sword like he was skateboarding. His body did not move as he instantly charged in front of Chu Tian. The curved sword released a cold glow as it stabbed at his chest. Too fast. Chu Ming's body did not move, but it was like he teleported. A cold glow tore through the air with an extremely strong momentum. Chu Tian did not even blink as he watched the sword stab at him. Everyone cried out in surprise. Why isn't he dodging? When the sword glow was about to stab him, Chu Ming disappeared in a blur. Everyone was suddenly enlightened. Chu Ming cultivated an assassination cultivation technique. This overbearing attack was actually just an illusion, but it was very confusing, making it hard for people to distinguish the real from the fake. If Chu Tian made any movements to block or dodge, he would reveal a flaw that Chu Ming could grasp. The moment the afterimage disappeared, Chu Tian felt a cold light coming at the back of his neck. Hyperfocus. Chu Tian slightly swayed his body. The cold sword edge brushed past his skin, dodging by a hair's breadth. Chu Ming's expression changed. He suddenly stomped his feet. Once again, he disappeared in a blur. A sneer of ridicule hung on Chu Tian's face. Thick origin power condensed on his right hand, and two of his fingers gradually turned golden. Diamond vein cutting finger. He stabbed at the air in front of him. Dang! Two golden fingers caught a blade that was stabbing at him. Pa! Chu Tian suddenly exerted force. The blade broke on the spot. The violent force lost control and immediately formed a strong explosion. A transparent figure was forced out of the air and staggered back a few steps. He was seen through. This was the illusory body sword art taught by the Chu family. How could it be seen through? Chu Ming stared at the broken sword in his hand. His face was filled with anger and coldness. How is this possible? I am a genius cultivated by the Chu family. I can't do anything to a rogue cultivator. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Chu Ming once again activated his spirit energy and was about to attack again. However, he suddenly felt a piercing pain in his chest. When he looked down, he saw a snow-white broken sword had pierced into his chest. Blood gushed out uncontrollably. No, no. Chu Ming clutched his chest in horror. He took a few steps forward and finally fell to the ground. This is the Chu family's sword art? Chu Tian walked to Chu Ming's limp body and kicked him off the stage like a ball. What a mess. What a shocking move. It undoubtedly caused a huge uproar. The Chu family's sword art was a mess. This was like a slap on the face of those who were complacent. Moreover, the slap was so loud. The strongest swordsman family in Zhengzhou was almost the strongest swordsman family in southern Xia. He actually said that the Chu family's sword art was a mess. Wasn't this clearly smashing the reputation of the Chu family? Chu Shanha's eyes were as cold as ice. This kid must die. Chapter 153. Chu Tian left the stage. Xiong, who was dejected as he walked over with a depressed look on his face. He had been eliminated in the first round. This fellow was a true rogue cultivator. He had been lucky enough to be accepted as an honorary disciple by Feng Yuntian, but he was only an honorary disciple in name. With Shen Fengho's personality, how could he be in the mood to personally teach him? He would just give him a bunch of elixirs and a few cultivation techniques, letting him practice it himself. Normally he would do odd jobs in the valley, being no different from a servant. The participants were all at the second or triple awakened soul layer. Xiong Hu was brought in by Feng Kadi to make up the numbers, so it was not strange for him to be eliminated in the first round. Chu Tian wanted to say a few words of comfort to Xiong Hu, but before he could say anything, he suddenly heard a piece of news. That mercenary named Lin Mu seems to be in trouble. He's going against Luo Jinsha in the first round. Chu Tian knit his brows. Was this fellow really that unlucky? At this moment, Lin Mu was standing on the second stage. His opponent was a large man with a strong body. Although he was only in his 20s, he had a thick beard that made him look like he was in his 30s. The large man did not carry any weapons and was wearing ordinary clothes. His two thick arms were exposed and there were red tattoos on them. He looked like a wild warrior from a tribe. The Black Tortoise lists first ranked Luo Jinsha, below the Central State Luo family's Dragon Tiger young master Luo Xianglong. He was the most talented genius. Luo Qianshan's lion-like eyes stared at the mercenary Lin Mu in front of him. His eyes revealed a look of deep disdain. A dirty mercenary, you are not worthy of fighting me. I advise you to honestly do your job. The Central State trial is not something trash can enter. Scram. Otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Mu's cultivation was at the peak second awakened soul layer. Luo Jinsha had already reached the triple awakened soul realm. Luo Jinsha was one of the Luo family's most important heirs, so the family must have given him a lot of resources. This kind of person could not be ordinary, even if they were at the same cultivation level. Ordinary cultivators would not be his opponent. Lin Mu said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing, the Ye family are also mercenaries. If you belittle mercenaries like this, aren't you pointing at the mulberry and scolding the locust? As soon as he said that, the faces of the Ye family members did not look too good either. You. Luo Jinsha's expression changed. Your mouth is quite sharp, but I hate people like you the most. Today, I'll cripple your mouth so you can never speak again. Lin Mu revealed a grave expression. I'd like to experience the Luo clan's ultimate technique. You're seeking death. As you wish. Luo Jinsha's eyes widened as he roared. His spirit energy blossomed and turned into a giant golden lion. This giant lion's body was extremely large and its entire body looked like it was forged from gold. It gave off a powerful and imposing aura that could shock anyone. Luo Jinsha. He lived up to his name. The source spirit was a golden lion. This was a very high-level demon beast. It could hunt down mammoths and tear apart dragons. It had boundless might and was very strong. With the support of the golden lion source spirit, Luo Jinsha's strength and speed increased by several times. Combined with the Luo family's close combat cultivation technique, he could be called a human grinder. So strong. Truly worthy of being the Black Tortoise first rank. Compared to the Dragon Tiger young master, this person was only slightly inferior. Lin Mu knew how strong his opponent was, but this young mercenary was full of vigor. No matter how strong Luo Jinsha was, he was not someone that the four young masters could not fight. Since he was standing on the stage, how could he not fight? Lin Mu raised his arms high up and a willow tree began to wildly grow, instantly growing to several meters tall. A green jade light covered the surroundings and several thousand willow branches fluttered in the wind, just like the wild hair of a demon god. Oh! A plant-type source spirit. The four great figures were all surprised. This kind of rare source spirit could be strong or weak. They didn't know how strong this mercenary was. Die. Luo Jinsha charged forward like a rampaging rhinoceros. Would rush thruss. Lin Mu slapped the ground with his palm. Luo Jinsha felt spirit energy coming from the ground and a giant tree being pulled from the ground. He immediately dodged to the left and right like lightning. With his fast movement speed and perception, Luo Jinsha easily dodged the attack from the ground. At this moment, lock. Lin Mu's hands came together and the countless willow branches were like the arms of a demon. They shot out like lightning and wrapped around Luo Jinsha's neck. Then they wrapped around his limbs, neck, waist, and other parts, keeping him in the air. Everyone was surprised. Lin Mu was using his source spirit to attack. The Void Soul Realm's source spirit was very weak and could only be used to support attacks. Lin Mu's source spirit was different, it could actually be used to attack. The Luo family's cultivation technique focused on close combat. In a normal situation, if one was thrown into the air, they would lose the ability to fight. Lin Mu loudly roared. A black aura was released and his skin turned black. Everyone could see with a single glance that this was a very strong demonic art. Lin Mu shot forward. Several sharp willow branches followed him and attacked Luo Jinsha in the air at the same time. Peng, peng, peng. Those willow branches that were as sharp as spears were like rain that stabbed at Luo Jinsha's body. After experiencing a wild storm of attacks, Lin Mu's strength reached its peak. His right fist turned as black as ink as he punched at Luo Jinsha. Luo Jinsha's protective spirit energy had already been weakened. If it hit Luo Jinsha, this fist would be enough to heavily injure him. You only have this little bit of skill. Luo Jinsha's golden lion source spirit gave an angry roar and a wave of spirit energy spread out, shattering the willow branches around him. Since you've seen the Luo family's cultivation technique, I'll let you see the might of my Luo family's lion-tiger duo. His right hand formed a claw that created a fierce claw wind. The claw wind gathered into the shape of a lion's head that bit through the willow tree. At the same time, it tore apart Lin Mu's demonic art and left a large wound on Lin Mu's body, as if he had been bitten by a lion. Die! Luo Jinsha sent out another punch. The spirit energy turned into a giant tiger that leapt out. Just like a tiger leaping over a mountain, it fell down on Lin Mu's body. It directly pressed Lin Mu into the ground, firmly pressing him into the ground. It dragged him from the center of the stage to the edge of the stage, leaving behind a deep dent. During this process, Lin Mu's bones began to crack, breaking at least 10 bones. The giant tiger formed from spirit energy roared and exploded. Lin Mu suffered another heavy injury. The armor on his body shattered and he flew off the stage like a kite with its string cut. Luo Jinsha did not show any mercy at all, he was completely intent on killing him. He was just a young mercenary with no background and no strength. So what if he was killed? What was the big deal? Who would have thought that after Lin Mu fell to the ground, he would take the initiative to stand up and release his willow tree source spirit again? Moreover, during this process, his legs began to change. They were like tree roots that pierced through the ground, deeply digging into the soil. A green energy began to wash over his body. Ka, 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 Ka. His broken bones began to return to normal. In the blink of an eye, more than half of his heavy injuries had recovered. The source spirit willow tree quickly withered. It was clear that it had suffered heavy injuries, but it was still slowly recovering. Feng Yuntian was a little surprised seeing this. This young man's source spirit's greatest use is to transfer injuries. The willow tree source spirit could absorb the injuries on Lin Mu's body. This was really rare. Yun Tianhe pondered for a few seconds before saying, I'm afraid it's not just that. His body has been partially elemental, so there should be a special bloodline in his body. His ancestors should be from the elves. This young man's potential is not small. Chu Tian could also see this. Lin Mu's bloodline was a little special, he could temporarily elemental his body. This should be an ability of the ancient races. He was a descendant of an ancient race. Although his bloodline had been diluted for a long time and was very thin, it still had a good potential. Lin Mu did not have this kind of ability in the Black Wind stronghold. It was clear that he had gradually awakened after that battle. This brat really did have a bit of potential. No wonder he had such a high cultivation base at such a young age without any background. He was someone worth roping in and training. Although Lin Mu still had battle strength, he had been knocked off the stage. According to the rules of the Great Games, he had already been eliminated. Lin Mu was clear in his heart that there was still a large gap between his current strength and Luo Jinsha's. The first round of the competition quickly ended. In Chu Tian's group, Xiong Hu and Lin Mu were eliminated and the others smoothly entered the next round. The second round began. Chu Tian met a top 5 ranked White Tiger ranking opponent who was only in the second awakened soul layer. He did not place this kind of person in his eyes at all. He did not even draw his sword and easily won. 5th stage. Fang Han against Yi Hen. When Chu Tian heard this news, he couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat for his 2 mercenary brothers. It was fine if Lin Mu met the Black Tortoise rankings first-ranked Luo Jinsha. Fang Han was not spared either. He had already met the White Tiger rankings first-ranked Yi Hen. Yi Hen and Luo Jinsha were equally famous. In terms of strength, he was not inferior at all. Fang Han and Lin Mu were very similar. They both had a rare ice-attributed source spirit and cultivated a very strong demonic cultivation technique. Fang Han could even turn his body into ice for a short period of time. This was a characteristic of the ancient race's bloodline. Yi Hen's source spirit was even more extraordinary. From the start of the battle, he had summoned a transparent demon wolf source spirit, only revealing a pair of eyes. Those eyes were covered in grey ripples, and when they stared at the demon wolf source spirit, everyone felt their minds blur, as if they were being hypnotized. Illusory pupil demon wolf, a very dangerous demon beast. This kind of demon beast's battle strength was not strong, but it could directly attack one's soul. It was strange and unpredictable, making it hard to defend against. Yi Hen was a rare spiritual attributed source spirit in the younger generation of Central State, which meant that he could use spiritual attacks. Invisible and formless, killing people without a trace, you couldn't directly look into his eyes. Fang Han knew how terrifying Yi Hen was. Compared to Yi Hen, he would rather fight Luo Jinsha. At least if he fought Luo Jinsha, he would be able to fight to his heart's content. But if he fought Lin Hen, his life and death would be decided in an instant. The ice giant source spirit was released. Several blurry ice mirrors surrounded him. Fang Han used the mirrors to lock onto Lin Hen's figure. Since he couldn't directly look into Lin Hen's eyes, why not use the mirrors to capture his figure? Yi Hen's battle strength was not strong, but as long as he wasn't affected by the spiritual illusion technique, he could still fight. It had to be said. Whether it was Lin Mu or Fang Han, both of them had a clear mind and were talented people in battle. However, both of them had made the same mistake. They had underestimated their opponents too much. Monster wolf transformation. Transform into my body. Yi Hen's demon wolf source spirit turned into a shadow that merged with Yi Hen's body. Man and wolf as one, spirit and body as one. This was the Ye family's inherited cultivation technique, monster wolf transformation. This cultivation technique could only be used with a wolf source spirit. Back in South Sky City, Yi Tianlang had also used this move to merge with the wolf spirit. After Yi Hen used the monster wolf transformation, his body gradually became transparent. Fang Han's ice mirrors could not find any traces of him. This made Fang Han's expression change. Several black claws came slashing down. The ice mirrors were all shattered. Yi Hen passed through the ice mirrors and a pair of eyes filled with ripples stared at Fang Han. This is bad. The moment Fang Han met the other side's eyes, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Hen took this chance to punch Fang Han and the thick ice armor shattered. Fang Han had been heavily injured and had fainted after falling off the stage. Fang Han. Lin Mu quickly went over to support him. Chu Tian also came over and helped him take his pulse. His brows slightly knit as he said, "You don't need to worry about your physical injuries, but your mental injuries are not light." What happened? The moment Yi Hen looked at him, he fell into Yi Hen's illusion technique. It seems like a short moment to us, but in the illusion, it has already been over an hour. In other words, Yi Hen has been torturing Fang Han for over an hour in the illusion. If it wasn't for his firm consciousness, he would have become a madman even if he didn't die. So fierce. Yi Hen looked down at the stage and his lips curled into a mocking smile. He turned around and left. Yi Hen, Luo Jinsha. One was a spiritual attack genius. The other was a close combat genius. Not only did the two of them have a triple awakened soul strength, their talent and cultivation techniques were also top-notch. They were very strong and normal people could not resist them. Central State Academy had a Chu Wufeng. This person had not revealed his true strength yet, but it was said that he was stronger than the two of them. This match was filled with experts like clouds and no one had the confidence to win. Chapter 154. Xiong Hu, Lin Mu, and Fang Han were all eliminated. Only Chu Tian, Feng Kadi, and Feng Qingyun were left. At this time, it was Chu Tian's turn to fight. Third stage, Yun Xiao against Lu Ren. What? Yun Xiao? Chu Tian was instantly speechless. Yun Xiao's eyes turned white and he almost fainted from anger. Damn, even drinking water would get stuck between his teeth. Of all the people he could have met, he had to meet this young master. Yun Xiao did not even think as he raised his hand. I admit defeat. The surrounding audience went into an uproar. What was he doing? Yun Xiao was still one of the most popular people in the Great Games. He had just made a name for himself, and when he used the 3 Thunderblades, even the triple awakened soul might not be able to block it. The result was good. This fellow didn't even fight before admitting defeat. Bastard. You coward. I bet money that you could enter the ranking competition. Everyone was cursing at him. Yun Xiao gave a disdainful snort. What do you idiots know? Yun Tianhe shook his head when he saw this and did not blame him. Yun Xiao followed Chu Tian off the stage. Boss, I didn't hesitate to face the 1,000-finger to help you hide my strength. My body and mind have been seriously injured, so you have to compensate me for my mental damage. You still have mental damage? Chu Tian gave a pei sound. Are you afraid of being scolded with this kind of face? How could you say this? I have my dignity too, okay. Yun Xiao did not even have time to speak before an eye-catching voice rang out. First stage, Foam Kadi against Nangong Yun. Foam Kadi against Nangong Yun? Yun Xiao's eyes lit up. Elder sisters match. We have to go see it. Boss, let's go. Foam Kadi and Nangong Yun, the two of them were shockingly similar. They were both in the peak second awakened soul layer and were both country-destroying beauties. Moreover, they were both around 19 years old, so this match was bound to attract the attention of countless people. Foam Kadi had been treated as trash by the people of Central State City for a long time, but not long ago, Foam Kadi's blocked meridians had suddenly improved. Her cultivation had soared and she had stepped into the second awakened soul layer. His father is Shen Fenghu Feng Yuntian. Everyone in Central State City knew that Feng Yuntian treated his daughter like a treasure. Back then, even though he knew that Foam Kadi had terminated meridians, he still didn't hesitate to use large amounts of elixirs on her. He didn't even hesitate to harm his own cultivation to increase Foam Kadi's cultivation. In terms of passing down cultivation methods, he was even more dedicated. After Foam Kadi's physique was healed, she immediately awakened her Blue Luan Source Spirit. She had been practicing all kinds of top-grade cultivation techniques for more than 10 years, so her strength had increased by leaps and bounds. In yesterday's qualifiers, she had shined brightly, sweeping away countless participants. Although she had not reached triple awakened soul, she had the ability to fight against Luo Jinsha and the other expert. Therefore, Foam Kadi was also a contestant with great potential. People didn't know much about Nangong Yun. They only knew that she was the top ranker of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard and was the strongest new student in the history of Central State Academy. She had once stood still and blocked Yun Xiao's Thunder 3 blades. Just this strength alone was enough to make people unable to look down on her. The most eye-catching thing was, Nangong Yun's source spirit was the Fire Phoenix, which was worthy of being called a god-level source spirit. In terms of source spirit strength, Nangong Yun was stronger than anyone else in Central State City. She also came from one of the 3 great families of the kingdom, the Nangong family. The cultivation technique she practiced, Burning the Heaven Art, was one of the strongest cultivation techniques in southern Xia. Because of this, no one dared to look down on Nangong Yun. This was a fight that people were looking forward to. The two of them jumped onto the stage. Nangong Yun was wearing a red robe with shorts and a short shirt. She was wearing a bold and sexy outfit, revealing a pair of jade-like long legs. Her arms were slender and white, just like a pure white lotus root. Her chest was high up, but it couldn't compare to the young miss, but it was full and firm, with a deep gap visible. Her beautiful fiery red hair was tied into a ponytail, with a few strands of hair floating around her cheeks. Her whole body gave people the feeling of a raging flame, beautiful and filled with wildness. Foam Kadi was wearing a luxurious palace robe, her body was tightly wrapped. The entire robe was woven from jade, making her look as noble and beautiful as a princess. Her long, pitch-black hair was like a waterfall that draped over her shoulders, almost reaching her waist. However, It was neat and tidy without a trace of disorder. Her beautiful face carried a smile that was neither cold nor hot, gentle and calm. She was a high and mighty, yet amiable and approachable princess. Too beautiful. This was definitely a visual impact. Two peak beauties, and two peak experts. Foam Kadi knew how strong Nangong Yoon was, so she did not dare to be careless. Her right hand gently pressed against her waist, and a clear light shining treasure sword was slowly pulled out. The moment the sword was unsheathed, the originally calm and tranquil stage was suddenly blown up by a series of rapid gales. Famed sword, divine wind. Is this Shun Fengho's divine wind sword? This is a peak-level top-quality soul weapon. It's already half a step into spirit linking. The four great families and the mayor's dean were all shocked. This was the sword that Shun Fenghu and Feng Yuntian used when they were young. It had a great reputation in southern Xia, having killed several spirit beast chiefs. Shun Fenghu had even given his own sword to his daughter. Chu Tian stared at the divine wind sword and his heart was secretly shocked. In terms of quality, the Netherworld sword was a soul-contracting weapon. It was a bit higher than the divine wind sword. However, the Netherworld sword had been sealed for too long, so it was very weak. Even after absorbing the elemental energy, it was still far from being restored to its peak, so it did not have its original might. This divine wind sword's might was not inferior to the current Netherworld sword. When Foam Kadi was still in the body refinement realm, she only had a high-grade spirit weapon, the Autumn Water Sword. It wasn't that Shun Fenghu did not want to give her a better weapon, but with Foam Kadi's strength at that time, even if she had a better weapon, she would not be able to display its full power. Now that he had given her the top-grade divine wind sword, it was clear that he had high hopes for Foam Kadi. Shun Fenghu hoped that his daughter would inherit his legacy. Damn! This girl is clearly being shameless. Yun Xiao couldn't help shouting, what kind of skill is this treasure sword? If you have the guts, then fight our elder sister fairly. Stupid. Chu Tian directly knocked Yun Xiao's head. Equipment is a part of strength. If you say it like this, then if I use the Netherworld sword to fight you, wouldn't that be taking advantage of you? Foam Kadi held the shining treasure sword in her hand and respectfully cupped her fists at Nangong Yoon. Young Miss Nangong, please. Nangong Yoon curled her lips and said with a face filled with mischief, it's better if you go first. I'm afraid of being too heavy-handed and injuring Shun Fengho's precious daughter. Foam Kadi had a good temper and revealed a faint smile. She was not angry at all. Then I'll go first. Young Miss Nangong, be careful. A clear cry rang out. The 9 heavens shook. The blue luan appeared and wild winds rose. The great competition was covered in a strong pressure. The blue luan was a wind-attributed sacred beast, so Foam Kadi's attribute was wind. This was clearly inherited from Shun Fenghu. Because it was a bird-type source spirit, it gave Foam Kadi the ability to fly. Her body gently jumped up and immediately soared into the sky, merging with the blue luan. The divine wind sword danced a few times. The blue sword glow continued to interweave, condensing together like a storm. The sword cry rang out, looking very beautiful and shocking. This is the wind and cloud sword song. It's Shun Fengho's unique skill. The Chu family all used swords. When they saw this strange sword art, they couldn't help holding their breaths. Even Chu Xinghe knit his brows. This sword art was clearly special. Flashy but impractical. Nangong Yoon was not panicked at all. She was filled with confidence. When she saw that Foam Kadi had finished preparing, she finally made her move. Fire-red spirit energy soared into the sky. It was like a burst of flames. With a clear phoenix cry, the fire-red spirit energy filled the air. Most of the stage was covered in a red glow, even the clouds were dyed red. Such terrifying spirit energy. Nangong Yoon's spirit energy is at least 3 times denser than a normal person's. This is the strong amplification effect of the Fire Phoenix's spirit. The 4 great families all had serious expressions. Foam Yuntian also revealed an interested expression. Foam Kadi's cultivation was around the same as Nangong Yoon's, but in terms of spirit energy quantity and density, Foam Kadi was inferior to Nangong Yi. After all, the blue luan could not compare to the Fire Phoenix. The blue luan's spirit energy amplification effect was not large. The blue Luan released a blue glow, instantly dissipating over half a year. The ancient divine beast's pressure followed. Even a sacred beast like the blue Luan, facing the fire phoenix, couldn't help paling. Foam Kadi's blue Luan source spirit was not inferior to Chu Xingha's golden flood dragon sword. The fire phoenix source spirit was a level higher. Although a source spirit did not represent one's strength, a source spirit had a direct influence on one's strength. Since Nangong Yun had such a strong source spirit, even if she was lacking in other aspects, she still wouldn't be weak. A blue Luan and a fire phoenix, each standing in the air facing each other. Foam Kadi had taken the initiative, she had already formed a strong momentum. She also had a top-quality soul weapon, so she still had the advantage. Take a punch from me first. Nangong Yun's red hair fluttered in the wind. Her right fist sent out a fierce fist wind that was like a giant hammer. It fiercely slammed into Foam Kadi's surroundings, instantly dispersing a small part of the spirit energy Foam Kadi had gathered. The entire stage began to shake. Foam Kadi's body trembled. She had indeed underestimated Nangong Yun's destructive power. If Nangong Yun closed in on her, Foam Kadi would not have any chance of winning. Nine heavens wind god, lend me your astral winds, the might of the heavens, lead with my sword. The divine wind sword led. The cyan spirit energy turned into dozens of sword chi. The dozens of cyan sword chi did not disperse. They were like dozens of glowing cyan curved blades that revolved around Foam Kadi's body. They were currently revolving at a high speed that was hard to see with the naked eye, letting out a sharp cry. Was this the legendary wind and cloud sword song? Even the Chu family, who considered themselves to be a sword cultivator family, were shocked. They had never seen this kind of sword art before. It was actually able to produce dozens of sword chi at the same time. Furthermore, the sword chi was condensed and did not disperse. They revolved around one's body, and when it was time to kill the enemy, they would be released in one breath. It could defend one's body and also kill the enemy. This was truly an exquisite sword art. Foam Kadi had underestimated Nangong Yun. But Nangong Yun was too careless. She should not have let Foam Kadi make the first move. This wind and cloud sword song was already very powerful. Moreover, Foam Kadi was borrowing the power of the divine wind sword to release sword chi. Would Nangong Yun be able to withstand such an overwhelming attack? Everyone was sweating for Nangong Yun. Nangong Yun's eyes were filled with determination. She did not slow down at all. Like an arrow, she charged straight into Foam Kadi's sword chi. A layer of crystal-like starlight condensed around her body. She savagely slammed into the sword chi. The crystal-like starlight began to crack, but it could not break through her defense. Yee! Isn't this Brother Lu's defensive cultivation technique? Foam Kadi found that the defensive cultivation technique Nangong Yun used was the same as Lu Ren's. This Nangong Yun and Lu Ren must have some relationship, otherwise how could they practice the same cultivation technique? This defensive cultivation technique was too strong. Lu Ren could kill an awakened soul cultivator with his 9th body refinement layer cultivation. It was all because of this strong defensive cultivation technique. Foam Kadi was worried that the wind and cloud sword song was too strong and would accidentally harm Nangong Yun's life. But now she no longer had this worry. Go all out. The blue sword chi crisscrossed. It was like a storm as it charged forward. Nangong Yun's wild spirit energy surged forward. Like a raging flame, it suddenly surrounded her body, heaven-burning fists. The two wild energies collided in the air. Nangong Yun used her fist to shatter most of the sword chi. Everyone was stunned seeing this. This girl was too violent. She actually used her flesh and blood body to block the divine wind sword chi. This brute force made people's heads stand on end. If a triple awakened soul cultivator was hit by this, they would not be able to stand up. Only, there was too much sword chi. The angle of attack was different. Nangong Yun shattered apart, but the rest still fell on Nangong Yun's body, making Nangong Yun's flying speed decrease. There were more and more cracks on the Starlight immortal body and the Starlight's repair speed could not keep up with the damage. Foam Kadi was very cunning, she kept retreating while fighting. Wind-attributed cultivators were very fast, it was not easy for Nangong Yun to catch up to her. Not to mention that the wind and cloud sword song was continuously attacking her and her speed was decreasing. Everyone could see it. Nangong Yoon was good at both offense and defense, and she was very violent. Once they fought in close combat, Foam Kadi would not be able to last more than a few rounds. Foam Kadi's advantage was her speed. With the powerful divine wind sword and the powerful sword art, she could make up for the difference in attack power. Now it seemed like Foam Kadi's speed was a lot faster than Nangong Yoon's, and adding in the wind and cloud sword song's advantage was its continuous suppression. With the limited space on the stage, no matter where Nangong Yoon was, she would always be in Foam Kadi's attack range. She would not have a chance to catch her breath. It was impossible for Nangong Yoon to catch up to Foam Kadi under this pressure. Foam Kadi's strategy was very clear, she was kiting her opponent. Nangong Yoon had a wild strength, but she could not use it. She was completely suppressed. The starlight immortal body is about to break. Chu Tian knit his brows and said, Nangong Yoon will lose. Ah. Then what do we do? Yoon Xiao anxiously scratched his head. There was no need to doubt Chu Tian's eyes, and now even Chu Tian felt that Nangong Yoon would lose. This fierce elder sister was most likely done for. Foam Qingyun gave a snort. His eyes flashed with a cold light. The people from the 4 great families were all whispering to each other. Foam Kadi's potential was very strong, and before long, the Central State 4 Young Masters would become the Central State 5 Young Masters. The mayor revealed a strange expression and said to Foam Yuntian with a smile, Elder brother, Kadi's progress is very gratifying. Only he knew what he was thinking in his heart. Foam Yuntian's face was also filled with a smile. This was all because of that brat's effort. Now everyone thought that Nangong Yoon's defeat was only a matter of time. Nangong Yoon was also very annoyed. Damn, he never thought that this stinky girl would be so hard to deal with. If he knew this earlier, he would have charged forward and punched her in the face. Now she was running as fast as a ghost. Could he catch her? If it was in the natural environment, Nangong Yoon would have retreated from her attack range and repaired the starlight immortal body. Then he would have chased after her and used his spirit energy to exhaust his opponent. But the arena space was very limited and the wind source spirit's attack range was very far, so there was no place to hide. He was still in Foam Kadi's attack range and could be said to be under intense attacks every second. The starlight immortal body's repair speed could not keep up with the damage. Was she really going to lose? The boss was watching from below. If she lost, she would lose too much face. Nangong Yoon was a very competitive person. She had arrogantly said that she would beat the boss, but if she lost in the competition, she would be too unwilling and too useless. But against Foam Kadi, there was nothing she could do. No. She wasn't at the end of the line. There was one move that she couldn't use, although she had not truly grasped it yet. Chapter 155. Nangong Yoon was completely suppressed by the wind and cloud sword song, so everyone thought that Foam Kadi would be the winner. Nangong Yoon was not willing to admit defeat. It was not time to lose yet. When she left South Sky City for Central State City, Chu Tian had given her a cultivation technique, the Great Nirvana Scripture. At that time, Nangong Yoon thought that this Great Nirvana Scripture was a powerful cultivation technique like the Starlight Immortal Body. When Nangong Yoon calmed her heart and carefully studied the Great Nirvana Scripture, she found that she was wrong. This Great Nirvana Scripture was an ancient cultivation technique. It was even stronger than the Starlight Immortal Body, but it was also 10 times more complicated than the Starlight Immortal Body. The materials needed to cultivate it were unheard of. It was a cultivation technique that could not be learned quickly. When Chu Tian gave her the Great Nirvana Scripture, he did not expect Nangong Yoon to learn it. Chu Tian did not bring back many top-level cultivation techniques from the future. Like the Starlight Immortal Body, it seemed very powerful, but in Chu Tian's eyes, it was just a body-tempering cultivation technique. It was only suitable for the early to mid-stages, but a cultivation technique like the Great Nirvana Scripture could be practiced continuously. Chu Tian had several of these cultivation techniques in his hands, but because it was too hard to practice, the requirements were too high, and the materials needed were too hard to find, it was basically impossible to practice at this stage. The reason why Chu Tian gave the great Nirvana scripture to Nangong Yun was because he hoped that Nangong Yun could understand this profound cultivation technique as soon as possible. It would help her practice the burning the heaven art of the Nangong family. Nangong Yun gave a loud roar and punched out, shattering several sword chi. Foam Kadi's divine wind sword moved. 7-8 sword chi intertwined, trapping Nangong Yun in a cage. Then this cage contracted and under the fierce pressure. Peng! Like glass shattering. The starlight immortal body's light exploded, turning into countless specks of light. Broken. It was finally broken. This strong defensive cultivation technique had finally been broken by Foam Kadi. Foam Kadi's attack frequency was too high, it was basically a continuous attack. Even with the starlight immortal body's defense, it couldn't block it. From this moment on, the outcome was already decided. Foam Kadi had used up 60 to 70% of her spirit energy, while Nangong Yun had only used up less than 30%. Foam Kadi had used up even more spirit energy in exchange for an excellent opportunity to win. Stop fighting. You'll get hurt. Foam Kadi knew that Nangong Yi was related to Lu Ren, and now that her defense had been broken, Foam Kadi did not want to hurt Nangong Yi. Cut it out. I won't surrender. How could Nangong Yun admit defeat? She condensed an enormous amount of elemental energy and prepared to launch an all-out counterattack. Foam Kadi had no other choice seeing this because she could not afford to hesitate at all. Otherwise, if Nangong Yun used the Starlight Immortal Body again, her remaining spirit energy would not be enough to fight another battle of attrition. He waved the Divine Wind Sword. The sword chi wandering around his body were like soldiers who had received orders. All of them began to move, at the same time enveloping Nangong Yun. Even if Nangong Yun's strength was strong, it was impossible for her to destroy all the sword chi attacks at once. Victory or defeat would be decided in an instant. At this critical moment, Nangong Yun suddenly gave a delicate shout. The entire Phantom Fire Phoenix was like a ball of gasoline that had met a flame. It began to burn. The flame was actually a golden red, filled with a holy aura. What is going on? Shen Fenghu, the mayor, the 4 family heads, and the others all stood up in surprise. Their eyes were filled with shock. This was not the Nangong family's burning the heaven art. Nangong Yun could no longer be seen, but a golden fire phoenix appeared in the air. The blue sword chi fell onto the fire phoenix, but not only did it not destroy the fire phoenix, it actually strengthened the fire phoenix. The wind helped the fire grow. The fire phoenix let out a long cry and charged at Foam Kadi at a speed several times faster than before. Foam Kadi was completely stunned facing this burning energy. She never would have thought that Nangong Yun, who was already at the end of her tether, would actually release such a strong counterattack. Nangong Yun's burning figure rushed out from the fire phoenix and punched at Foam Kadi. The fist did not even reach her. The berserk energy directly tore apart her protective spirit energy. Foam Kadi gave a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood, falling out of the stage. Lost. In the end, Foam Kadi still lost. Nangong Yun slowly landed on the ground, standing in the center of the stage. Her face was as white as paper. That attack had used up too much of her strength, making her unable to stand stably. Foam Kadi slowly stood up. Her clothes were already burnt, making her look very miserable. But she knew that Nangong Yun had shown mercy at the end, so she did not suffer any injuries. She picked up the Divine Wind Sword and sheathed it at her waist. She cupped her hands towards Nangong Yun. Young Miss Nangong's skill is higher. Kadi admits defeat. Consider yourself lucky. Nangong Yun had an ungrateful look. This old lady doesn't have enough spirit energy. Otherwise, with this punch, you wouldn't be able to get out of bed for half a year. This fellow really liked to show off. The mayor gave a sigh. It's a pity, it's a pity. Kadi was too careless. Otherwise, with her strength, she could have easily won the championship. Ha, 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 a loss is a loss. Kadi really can't beat the Nangong family's little girl. Shen Fenghu gave 2 generous laughs. As for winning the championship, is that even possible? Even if she doesn't lose to the Nangong family's little girl, she still isn't your son's opponent. It's all the same, it's all the same. The mayor's eyes flashed a few times, but he smiled without saying a word. This competition was actually something he had deliberately arranged. The champion would not be Luo Jinsha, Yi Hen, Chu Wufeng, or even Nangong Yun. It would be a person that no one could think of. Boss, how is it? I'm very strong, right? Nangong Yun jumped off the stage, her face filled with excitement as she walked in front of Chu Tian. I feel like defeating you right now is an easy matter. Boss, don't blame me for not giving you face, I'll go easy on you. Chu Tian looked at her with disdain. You accidentally touched the surface of the great Nirvana scripture and coincidentally combined it with the Nangong family's burning the heavens art. Being able to use it was pure luck, yet you dare say you can beat me with just this little bit of skill? Nangong Yun snorted and said, we'll know once we try it in the finals. This was truly a wonderful battle. However, after Feng Kadi and Nangong Yun's battle ended, there was no other good battle. The 6 stages all had their own champions. The 6 of them were Chu Wufeng, Luo Jinsha, Yi Hen, Nangong Yun, Lu Ren, and Feng Qingyun. There was no need to doubt the strength of the first 4. As for Feng Qingyun and Chu Tian, they did not have a single good battle. Chu Tian did not even take out his sword as he fought his way to the end. Feng Qingyun had also easily defeated all of his opponents, making it hard for people to see his depths. The first place would be decided among these 6 people. The qualifiers are over. The qualifiers will begin. We ask the top 6 to step onto the main stage. Under everyone's gazes, the 6 champions walked onto the main stage and began the most important qualifiers. According to the rules of the Great Games, the top 6 would have the qualifications to enter the Central State Trial. These 6 people were not necessarily the top 6 of the Great Games. The Great Games would be divided into the qualifiers, ranking, and challenge rounds. The qualifiers had already ended and the 6 champions had been chosen. Next was the ranking round. The 6 people would first have a large battle and the judges would rank them according to their performance. Once the rankings were out, it would be time for the challenge rounds. If anyone else was not satisfied with the rankings, they could challenge anyone. As long as they could defeat anyone, they would be able to enter the top 6. It had always been 2 people fighting. It was finally time for the strongest battle. The ranking round was a 6-person battle. Anyone who was knocked off the stage or beaten until they could no longer fight would be eliminated. They would then be ranked according to their performance. On the stage, the 6 people were already in position. Chu Wufeng was a skinny youth. He wore the uniform of the Chu clan and carried a sword on his back. His appearance was rather mediocre, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, like a sharp sword that revealed its brilliance. Luo Jinsha was tall and sturdy with a rough face, just like a lion. He stood on the stage and a dignified aura filled the air, just like a lion standing on the prairie. Yi Hen had a medium build and his aura was restrained. His eyes were cold, giving off a sinister and strange feeling. He was just like a dangerous and deadly demon wolf hiding in the depths of the forest. The 3 of them appeared on stage. Everyone was stunned. These 3 were the most popular super geniuses in Central State Academy. Almost 80 to 90% of the people thought that the champion of the Great Games would be one of these 3. Of the other 3, Nangong Yun was the most eye-catching. Only after Feng Kadi's intense battle, it was unknown if Nangong Yun had fully recovered. As for Feng Qingyun and Lu Ren, everyone shook their heads. Feng Qingyun was surnamed Feng, so he should be like Feng Kadi, a member of the Central State City Feng family. Only, Feng Qingyun was an unknown person, so he did not seem like a strong person. That fellow named Lu Ren? This name meant that he was destined to be a passerby. Although he had a bit of skill, his performance was average. Being able to enter the final stage was probably just pure luck. Even if Feng Qingyun was not famous, he still had an illustrious family background. Lu Ren was just a rogue cultivator, so what kind of skill could he have? The only thing that confused everyone was, why did Yun Xiao, who had a lot of potential, take the initiative to surrender to Lu Ren? But no matter what, no one thought highly of this person. The Great Games had not yet begun. The 6 of them began to look at each other. Chu Wufeng coldly looked at Chu Tian. You have a lot of potential, you shouldn't have offended the Chu family. I'll give you one last chance, Give up on the competition and rely on the Chu family. You'll work for the Chu family and I'll ask the family head for leniency for you, allowing you to live. The Chu family has enough people, they won't care about one more servant. At this time, Luo Jinsha suddenly said, how about you rely on the Luo family? I'll personally guide you in your cultivation, what do you think? Yi Hen gave a cold snort and an invisible spiritual fluctuation was released. Other than working for the Ye family, you have no other choice. Otherwise, I will not let you leave this stage alive. Normal people did not know who Chu Tian was. The people from these large families had already investigated him. Although they did not know Chu Tian's true identity, he had blocked Chu Xingha's sword and did not die, so this matter was very easy to investigate. There were even people who knew that he had a relationship with Qilin Hall. This person was worth roping in. Ha, 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 ha. Nangong Yun couldn't help laughing. You really are popular. You make me feel jealous. There's no other way. For an outstanding and handsome person like me, I can't hide it no matter how hard I try. Chu Tian was still talking cheerfully. The three young masters were all enraged. This damn fellow, he actually did not place the words of the three of them in his eyes. At this time, dang! A loud and long bell suddenly echoed in the sky. The finals had officially begun. Chapter 156. The finals began. Chu Wufeng, Luo Jinsha, and Yi Hen, the three super geniuses all placed their attention on Chu Tian. This unknown youth not only dared to provoke the entire Chu family, he didn't even give the three of them any face. Such an arrogant rogue cultivator, how could they tolerate him? Let's kill this hindrance first. Chu Wufeng first proposed, then we'll compare who's better and who's worse. Luo Jinsha said, that's exactly what I want. Yi Hen coldly said, a trivial rogue cultivator dares to look down on the three great families. Pay the price for your stupidity today. There are always some people in this world that you can't afford to offend. According to your thoughts, if you invite me to be a servant in your family, should I be overwhelmed by this favor and cry tears of gratitude? Chu Tian revealed a helpless expression. Your brain circuits are really different from the others. It would be easy for any one of us to kill you. We'll let you keep your life and let you be a dog in the family. This is also a great gift to you. Luo Jinsha loudly roared, don't waste time. Since you don't want face, kill him. When the three of them were about to make a move. Ha, 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 ha. At this time, a wild laugh rang out. Other than Chu Tian, the youngest youth on the stage slowly walked out. Yi Hen coldly said, do you think this is funny? I just don't understand you three pieces of trash. What qualifications do you have to be this wild? In front of countless surprised gazes, Feng Qingyun proudly walked to the center of the stage. In front of everyone, he said a shocking sentence. You think you're invincible in Central State City with just this little bit of skill? You're just a few frogs in a well. At this moment, Feng Qingyun seemed like a different person. His eyes were filled with rebelliousness and his body was filled with a demonic arrogance. His blue robe moved without any wind, and if one looked carefully, they would find that there were countless small tornadoes forming around Feng Qingyun. Luo Jinsha angrily said, what did you say? Feng Qingyun slowly floated up and an invisible strength supported his body. I said, you're all pieces of trash that only know how to bark like dogs. The faces of the three geniuses became incomparably ugly. The faces of the people from the three great clans also became very gloomy. Apart from the four great young masters, who else would look down on them? They were the super geniuses of the Middle States' younger generation, second only to the four young masters. Now, a fellow whom they had never even heard of actually dared to spout such arrogant words and viewed them as trash. How could they tolerate such an insult? Nangong Yun was also surprised. The aura released by Feng Qingyun was becoming stronger and stronger, making it hard for her to see through him. Although this fellow was extremely arrogant, there was one thing that could not be denied: he was much stronger than she had imagined. Feng Kadi sighed. He seemed to be helpless as well. Listening to these three pieces of trash barking is really too noisy. I've had enough. Feng Qingyun gave a wild laugh. Don't waste time. This young master will give you a chance. The three of you can come at me together. Everyone was shocked. He was arrogant enough to humiliate the three geniuses for no reason, and he was even arrogant enough to challenge all three geniuses at the same time. She was the person with the highest hopes of becoming the champion in this competition. The Chu family, the Luo family, and the Ye family all had dark expressions on their faces. Feng Qingyun was the mayor's son, and daring to act so arrogantly on the stage, he must have obtained the mayor's permission or even the mayor's permission. No wonder the principal had given out the quota. This was prepared for their Feng family. Feng Kadi had been defeated by Nangong Yun, so Feng Qingyun could at least obtain a quota. What no one could have imagined was that the Feng family was not satisfied with obtaining a quota. They even wanted their own secret genius to step over the geniuses of the other three families. Mayor Feng Yunlong was very satisfied with this result. His son should be like this. The people of Central State only knew of the four young masters, but the Feng family was the most powerful family, but they could not send out a single person to compete with the four young masters. Where would the mayor put his face? Feng Qingyun's powerful appearance was to step over the geniuses of the other three families. After this battle, everyone would understand that the Feng family had a genius that was not inferior to the four young masters, or even surpassed the four young masters. This was Feng Yunlong's son. Shameless boasting. The three geniuses could not take it anymore. Chu Wufeng took the initiative to attack. With a kung sound, his treasured sword flew into the sky. A vast and sharp sword aura filled the air. Chu Wufeng held the glowing treasured sword in the air, and his spirit energy condensed into a purple sword saw spirit. That surging energy flowed into the treasured sword like a river. Soul sword secret art. Heaven-cutting art. A terrifying sword aura that seemed like it could split the heavens and earth was condensed to its peak in a short period of time. Soul, sword, and person, the three seemed to fuse into one. You dare boast shamelessly. Then feel the anger of the Chu family's sword. When Chu Wufeng released his sword qi, it was like the air itself was being torn apart by his sword. A deep sword mark appeared on the arena, as if it was being cut apart like a piece of paper. That destructive sword qi instantly arrived in front of Feng Qingyun. Heaven-cutting art. The strongest move of the soul sword secret art. When Chu Tian met Chu Xinghe in the city, Chu Xinghe had used this move to deal with him. Even if they were in the same realm, Chu Tian was almost unable to block it. This was the first time since Chu Tian came to this world that he had suffered a loss against someone in the same realm. The might of this move could be seen from this. Chu Wufeng's attainments in the soul sword secret art of the Chu family were much lower than Chu Xinghe's, but he had still reached the large success realm. This slash was filled with charm, and there were not many triple awakened soul experts that could block it. While everyone was thinking about how Feng Qingyun would block it. Poochie. Feng Qingyun's body was cut in half by the sword qi. Everyone's eyes popped out. Feng Qingyun was so arrogant, but he couldn't even block a single slash. While everyone was confused, the two halves of Feng Qingyun's body suddenly became blurry. Like a gust of wind, it was blown away without a trace. Countless strands of blue energy appeared in the air and once again gathered into Feng Qingyun's appearance. What is going on? It actually didn't hit. Every spectator was dumbfounded. Even the people from the four great clans were shocked. Chu Xinghe's eyes slightly narrowed and he coldly said, his source spirit is wind, so he should have obtained some kind of wind inheritance. The cultivation technique he practices is different from the Feng family's. That's right. Feng Qingyun's source spirit was wind. Pure wind. There were many types of source spirits, and one of them was a pure elemental source spirit. It did not have any form and was just a pure energy. This kind of source spirit was very rare and had both advantages and disadvantages. In most cases, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. It wasn't like there was no precedent for an elemental source spirit. The purple lightning young master Yun Yaro's source spirit was thunder, but it was pure thunder and lightning. It did not have any form, so Yun Yaro also had an elemental source spirit. Feng Qingyun was the same as Yun Yaro, only his attribute was wind. Not only did Feng Qingyun have a pure wind source spirit, he also seemed to have obtained some kind of ancient inheritance. The cultivation technique he practiced allowed his body to become invisible like the wind, allowing him to ignore all attacks. This was a very high-grade cultivation technique. Not only did he have a source spirit that was not inferior to the 4 young masters, he was also someone who had obtained an ancient inheritance after Chu Xinghe. He had the strength and potential to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 young masters. Even if they were at the same level, it would be hard for Chu Wufeng and the others to fight against Feng Qingyun. Luo Jinsha said to Yi Hen, "Use a spiritual attack to deal with him." Yi Hen's eyes began to ripple and then he knit his brows. This won't do. He looks like he's not moving, but he's actually drifting. I can't lock onto him at all. What's wrong? You 3 barking mad dogs only have this little ability. Feng Qingyun stood in the air with a high and mighty appearance. His voice drifted in the air, as unfathomable as the wind. Young Miss Nangong, I can already see that you are stronger than any of these 3 wastes. You are the only one here that has the qualifications to be my opponent. Feng Qingyun's body became blurry, just like a drop of ink falling into water. When he said this, his eyes fell onto Chu Tian's body. As for you, a piece of trash like you, I disdain to make a move. Cripple your own cultivation. Scram. A strange cultivation technique. A powerful innate talent. Feng Qingyun was not a normal kind of wild, he had already become the ruler of the great games. Feng Qingyun enjoyed this kind of feeling. He had displayed an undefeatable strength, so this piece of trash should have some self-awareness. He could cripple his own cultivation and scram, or he could die. Chu Tian softly said, "What if I don't do it? Then I'll personally send you on your way." Feng Qingyun's figure flickered a few times, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. It was like he was constantly teleporting as he charged at Chu Tian. Chu Tian's right hand slowly reached behind his back and grabbed the netherworld sword's hilt. The cold as ice sword was slowly pulled out. Why are there so many idiots in this world that think they're infallible? A wild aura was released from Chu Tian's body. When the long sword that was as cold as 10,000-year-old ice was pulled out, a black ancient sword source spirit appeared behind him. This source spirit was something that Central State had never seen before, but the aura it gave off was hard to imagine. It was filled with an endless destructive power, as if it came from the hands of a demon god. A purple sword glow tore through the air. Chu Tian did not care about the flickering Feng Qingyun as he thrust his sword at the air in front of him. That powerful sword intent was released along with the sword chi, creating a crack in the ground. A green figure was struck out from the void. Impossible. Feng Qingyun looked at his chest in disbelief. There was a wound that was still bleeding. You can see through my movements. Why? At this moment, Feng Qingyun felt an invisible strength constantly scanning his body. His pupils suddenly shrank. It's the mind's eye. You've opened the mind's eye. That's right. The moment Chu Tian swung his sword, he had already opened the mind's eye. This fellow's cultivation technique was not as terrifying as most people thought it was. Feng Qingyun's body was not elemental, he was just hiding his body and creating a realistic illusion to mislead others. This was a bit similar to the Chu Ming he met at the beginning. But Feng Qingyun did not just have a strong hiding ability, he also had a very strange movement technique. Even Chu Tian would find it hard to see through this movement technique. Feng Qingyun could change his position 5-6 in an instant. Chu Wufeng could not hit him at all, he could only hit an afterimage of the wind. This cultivation technique had its merits, it was an ancient cultivation technique that was not weaker than the Netherworld Flame Sword. If his cultivation was a bit higher, his speed was a bit faster, or his cultivation technique was a bit deeper, then even if Chu Tian used the mind's eye, it would be hard for him to see through it. But Feng Qingyun was still too young. His cultivation was only at the triple awakened soul realm. What's wrong? Are you surprised? When you're mocking others for being frogs at the bottom of a well, why don't you think that you're also a frog at the bottom of a well? These words were like a loud slap to Feng Qingyun's face. Even in his dreams, Feng Qingyun never would have thought that the fellow he looked down on the most would be able to break the movement technique he was so proud of. Mayor Feng Yunlong's face also turned dark. This matter had completely surpassed his expectations. Where did this brat come from? He was clearly only at the second awakened soul layer. Chu Tian's blade began to burn with blue and white flames. He looked at Nangong Yun beside him. Just watch the show. I'll take care of these 4 pieces of trash. The entire great assembly fell into a deathly silence. Feng Qingyun was crazy enough to say he wanted to fight 3 of them alone. This unknown youth was even more arrogant. Other than Chu Wufeng's group of 3, he wanted to take care of Feng Qingyun as well. What kind of situation was this? Why was this development so unexpected? How was this a competition? This was simply a test of everyone's hearts. The competition had already surpassed everyone's expectations.